So, hope Twitch will record this accordingly. Nice, nice. Oh, should have closed all that before I started. Yeah. So, yeah, perfect. Okay. So, I have the Discord community on the left server, on the left window. I think you should not be able to see that. That's okay. Okay. I will start my stream now. So, maybe send a link to it. So, welcome. Welcome. I will try to give a very basic understanding of modding the fabulous Teardown game today. Teardown, yeah, it took a lot of time for me in the last days because I was constantly making some kind of modding and also playing the game because I like it very much. Yeah, I would say I will start with the basics, and I think a very good point to start is when you start Teardown and you click here on the play button and then you click on the create button. Then you would see this menu which shows 5 levels to select. It's the basic level, island level, castle level, the vehicle level, and the custom level. Besides, I have no visibility of the chat because I haven't put it right here. 1 second. So now you may write something in the chat and I may be able to see that because I have Discord here and the chat. I don't know. Don't know if I can see anything if you write. Back to the topic. 5 levels are shown here. So one of the basic principles of modding and of creating content for games is to understand how this works, how the files on your computer are represented inside the game. And this is a very good example because basic island, castle, vehicle and custom, that resembles explicitly the name of the folders we have here under Steam apps, common, Teardown, create. This should be the same on your computer, and you should see not all of that here. I have some things. We'll quickly copy them. So you should see this. If the game is installed, originally installed, there are just 5 folders and 5 files here, and they have the same name. You can see that as it's shown here in the menu in Teardown itself. So this is very nice because you can see on spot that this is a connection, that somehow this basic XML and this basic folder are connected to the basic level here, and the island XML and the island folder are connected to the island level. So how are they connected? And the best thing, variant to try things out for me is always to try to break things and then see what happens. Change things and see what happens. So when I start the island level here, one of the levels I haven't modded yet, then we see we are in Teardown here and we can play the nice island level, and I have no sound at all. Why did I just drop this? Nope. So I can't hear a thing. Don't know if you can. Could be an issue later because I want to show how to do sounds too, but okay. If that's not the case now, it's not a problem. So we are on the island map, and as I said, it's somehow connected to this island XML and the island itself. So the first thing, even if I had no idea what I'm doing, the first thing I would do is to rename a file. Renaming is basically deleting the file in most of the cases. I would delete it, but it's way easier to rename it. For those of you who are not so fond with Windows, you can just press F2 to rename files. And so I rename it to island2xml. One thing, if you have a standard Windows installation, is you might not see the XML ending here. That's because there is a little menu here. You see it's this arrow. You can open the menu. It's View in English. You go to the View tab, and then you have a file name extension here. A file name extension. And if I take this away, it looks like they have no endings. And if I activate the file name extensions, I'm able to see them, and that's important because I want to know what file I'm working with. That's important because the file endings, some of you know, some of you might not know, the file endings define what type of content is in the file. So an image has another ending than a sound file than some files need for the program. So I just renamed the island. You remember it was called island XML. I just renamed that to, let's say, island 2. And what I do now is I go into Teardown and I press restart. Then I see loading, and I see what's happening. So interesting, everything is still there, but you might realize we have a change in lighting here. This building is a bit grayish blue, and it's a little bit dark. Maybe we can see it if I put it back and restart it again. See, this is much warmer. Right now you have the sun shining there, and have these warm colors, red colors, orange. And so yes, basically, if I had no idea, I would say, okay, the island XML is for some kind of lighting or color. It is indeed, but not only. It's much more. But it's a start, and we see, okay, manipulating the island XML manipulates the game. That's a good way to start. What happens if I rename the island folder to island 2, and then restart the game? And we see we're swimming in water, and there is no island at all. So we learned a thing here, and what we learned is the folder is somehow connected to the whole island. It seems not connected to the lighting. It seems connected to the island. So now to finish this off, let's rename both of them, just to show you how these files and these folders are connected, just to get a feeling for this. And now it's it's a blank blue sea, no warm colors here. It's just water. So I will rename them back now, and then we will have a look inside the island folder. Inside the island folder is another file. It's called island_vox. So we proceed with what we started. We just renamed the island vox into island2vox and restart the game. Let's see what happens. Okay, no difference to renaming the folder, which is not so surprising because it's the only file in the folder, and if the folder itself would make the island, it would be very strange. Yeah? The folder is nothing more than a case with a name, and so it must be this file which defines the island. So, basic principle, this is a vox file, and vox files contain all the voxel informations. For example, the voxel informations for the complete island. And this is one important part of the tutorial, because beginners ask that a lot of in Discord. And yes, probably OBS is messing up things. I just read the chat. How to start here, and we should use the program Magica Voxel to do this. Before I show you Magica, I want to show you how you get it. If you haven't downloaded it already, you search for, as always, you use Google and use for Magica Voxel. Of course, I know where to get it, but yeah, I like to show people that they can use Google for most things. Just ask some of my family members of the older ones, no names set, and you see Magica Voxel. Click on the first link and then you see the page of Magica, and you see there is a download link for the version 09962. That's the most recent version. And then for beginners, absolutely chaotic, you will come to the GitHub repository. If you're not fond with GitHub, if you don't know what this is or what it means, just forget it for now. These files down here are zip files, and the zip files contain Magica. So you have to download one of them, and you have to decide what you need. If you're a Mac user, I recommend you download these Mac OS zip files up here with the version for your Mac system, appropriate for your Mac system. If you're in Windows, you have to decide if you have a 32-bit system or a 64-bit system. You can find out if you press the Windows key. I'm pressing Windows key, and the pause. It's called pause in on my keyboard. If you press them together, then you will open this little menu, which you can get to over your what is the system Steuerung called in English? System, most likely, something like that. And then you have somewhere here you have the system tab. You can also just go to the Windows menu and type system, and you should be able to see the same thing. And here it reads 64-bit system, a 64-bit system, and so I would download the Win64 file. If there is a 32, you should download a 32. Then just click on the file. Yes, it's 3.3 megabytes. Yes, you can click on my computer and click properties. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, you can do that too. And once if it's downloaded, it contains the complete folder of Magica Voxel. You should then find some nice place to put it, maybe on your hard drive, C program files, and then you can just pull it over here like that. Yes, I hope I am the admin of this computer. Okay, and then you have Magica Voxel somewhere here, Magica MA, and inside the folder you see the Magica Voxel exe, which basically is the program. And so it opens up. I have already installed it, so I will delete this folder and use my installation, which is a bit modified. 1 second. So, okay, so this is this is the table from Discord. I wasn't fast enough. I had to prepare dinner for the family, so you guys did it, and it worked. It was a little side project to make a swinging table here. So if you open up Magica without having it opened up before, it should look like this. You see this blue box, essentially this blue box, and you can use your mouse with the right mouse button to click it, hold it, and to turn the box. You can also do this down here on the wireframe box. So essentially what you're seeing is a bunch of voxels, 40 times 40 times 40 times 40 pixels, voxels, sorry, no pixels, voxels. And so what are voxels? You can click here on the V button, which is for voxel mode. It reads that down here. If you look down here, this is the voxel mode. And I would recommend to play around with Magica a bit to get a basic understanding of Magica. So click on the V, click on paint, and just choose some color, and you can use it like canvas. You can paint with it, right? You can choose different colors to paint on the sides, whatever you like. Just to get a feeling what this is. So you see this is, you could say it's pixel art if I make it, freeze it like that. So, but this is a modeling program. You make the models here, so you can erase things. If I click erase and then I hold down my left mouse button, you see I'm carving into this box, essentially, yeah, taking away the voxels of the box. This is a bit time consuming. I also can raise the amount of voxels, the brush size, to take away more voxels. And I want to show you, I hit the delete key on my keyboard, so everything is gone. I deleted everything. I could have selected everything too with Control A, and then pressing the remove voxel. No, that's remove voxel color. I think that's, yeah, this will only delete the color. But I can delete it with the delete key on the keyboard. And then I can start to attach voxels. I will put that down to 1 again, choose a color, say green, and then I can attach voxels. So I can basically build up a model. With my mouse wheel I can scroll in, I can scroll out. Holding the mouse wheel I can turn around and zoom in, and you see I can build blocky structures here. If you have played Minecraft, you know what I mean. If you played Teardown, you know what I mean. So that's basically how you can add and remove structures, voxels in Magica Voxel. You can select them also with this tool, this kind of tool. You can choose the block selection down here. This is selection by frame, this is by blocks. If you select blocks, yes, if you select the blocks, you have these arrows here, and the arrows have heads and the shaft. And if you use the arrows, you see you move the selection frame around, and if you use the shaft, you can manipulate the frame size. So I can click here, hold down up until here, and it will create a box. And then I can click here if I want. That's the movement control, and then I can move the selected thing around. You can also do this by pressing the control. If you have another thing, let's say attach, where I can attach things, I can hold down the control key on my keyboard. It does essentially the same. It does the movement without clicking on movement. So those are some basic principles. The letters here, LCP, VFB, those are brushes, and they are called brushes like brushes when you're painting on the canvas. Very important brushes are the box brush. This is this one. You can click attach here to see what it does. It essentially, if you're holding down the mouse, it makes more than a line. You see the difference. If I have the box brush, you see it paints on top also, but I can show you how to use this little thing that's called gizmo. If you use this, you will have the arrows after you place the voxels, so you can manipulate the box you just draw. You can make big boxes with that, and you can, of course, you can erase things like that too, just like that. It's the gizmo. I use it almost all the time. You also can paint with that. If I choose another color, you see. Let's be quick. The last thing to show is the face mode. The face mode is basically filling, which means if I click here, just one click, I fill the whole space that had no color before. I could hold down the mouse button like I do now and then push it up, pull it up, or push it down to fill bigger space. I can do this on the walls, I can do this on this wall. So this is what Magica Voxel is about. You can model the things. Of course, the most of you will know that, but later this will be in the tutorial, so I thought it would be better to cover this. An important thing, we will need it soon, is we can shrink down this frame and we can make it bigger. So I can say, let's say only 10 voxels. I want a box to have only 10 voxels, and then I decide no, it should be 200, and you see the frame is 200 times 200. The maximum is 265. This is because the format, the vox format here, stores these values you're putting here, and 265 is the biggest value to store with 8 bits. Just a bit of techno blah blah here, technical blah blah, and the vox file is specified to just to a maximum of 8 bits, so you have a maximum of 265 voxels in each size. Since it's been asked in Discord, yes, you can get bigger structures than that if you, let's say we fill this up as a whole box. And then you have this little pyramid button, which is an arrow pointing upwards, which says switch between model and world. And if you click it, you see things changed here. Here we don't have the brushes. Now we have it. It reads brush, but we don't have the brushes here. It's layers for the brushes. And yeah, we're in the world view here, and what we can do here is I press Control C to copy. I could do it here. Control C to copy. Control V to paste. You see, nothing has changed because the box is inside the other box, and I can pull this out. So this was 265. No, 256. Sorry, 256. Maximum box, and here's another 256 maximum box, so you can go bigger than 256 up to a maximum of 2000, I think. 2000, I think. So that's it for Magica Voxel for now. We will come back in a minute because we will need it, and no, it's not for now, because we wanted to look at the island vox. We saw the island vox, which was the thing we identified that somehow is connected to everything we see here. All the pretty voxels of this Teardown map. So what we're doing is we're going to the Open tab here, and we're switching to this folder. If you don't know where it is, just you can copy it from here too. Then essentially put it in here. Hit enter and select the island vox. Now it asked me to save it. I don't want to save my creation, and then we are inside this. I'm going to make this full screen for a second to show you. So I just read the comments. Gizmo is Pro Builder from Unity, but it's in Magica Voxel. Okay. Didn't know that. Okay. So we see the island here. Yeah, congratulations, we found the island. We already thought this because we deleted the file, we renamed the file, and the island was gone. Now there's no surprise that this contains the island. We are in the world view. We can see that because everything has these wires around it, these wire frames around it. And here, for example, we have this house, and we have some arrows, so we can just pull down the let's do some absolutely silly thing. We just raise it up so it floats in the sky, so like that. After doing that, I hit the save button, and I switch back to Teardown and restart the map. So congratulations, we just manipulated the map, and this is what some people in Discord already call modding. Which is modding in a way, in a sense. This is modding because we just modified the map. This can be seen as modding. Yeah, it floats a bit in the sky. I don't know what the physics of this thing would be right now. No, it won't fall down. That's okay. Because it's part of the whole map, it won't fall down right now. But you see, you can now manipulate the map. Just open it in Magica and do all kinds of stuff. Right now, if you wanted to paint some new voxels, you can't do it here. You have to choose some of these blocks that are already in here. For example, let's say we want to go inside the house, and it's a bit tricky in Magica. Maybe you can help me there. I don't know a better way than put the perspective to 3, What this does is, you see, if perspective is clicked here, and I right click to rotate. It rotates around some center point. You can see that. If I choose free, it rotates around me, around the camera, yeah, the me that's watching the island. So that's the difference between the perspective camera and the freestyle camera. There's also the orthogonal camera, which has this nice, yeah, orthogonal view we know from strategy games of the early ages. It looks a bit like Settlers in this thing. And we have ISO, which is basically it's orthogonal with other lines of sight, I say, or other yeah, degrees. It's yeah, we can talk about that later. That should not be the point of interest here. So what I wanted to do is go inside this hut, not that hut. And so I choose the free mode, the freestyle, because that's more first-person shooter. So I can see where I'm moving, and I'm just moving, and now I'm inside. So if you, let's say, want to create some table or something, then you can't do it here. As I said, we don't have a brush. We click on the ground here. I double clicked. You can click on it and choose to use the arrow here to go into the model view, or you can just double click on it, and then you're in the model view, and you see we have the brushes again on this side. And now a very interesting thing, the first lesson to learn, which connects Magica Voxel and Teardown, is this little helping arrow here. The makers of Teardown were so kind to comment this color palette they have here, and these are not just colors. The index of the color, meaning the row of the color here. You can see here this row is called brick, this row is called brick 2, and this row is called glass. So the rows, which are basically indices in Magica, are connected to the material in the game. So we see these are wood planks. So if I click the pick voxel color tool, that's this little symbol here. If I click this and click on the ground here, we see it switches to this color, and this is called wood. So it's important if you build models to understand the difference between plaster, weak metal, heavy metal, plastic, and hard metal. You can read that in the documentary of the developers on their side, and I will talk about that while we're going on. Just saying, for example, wood can be easily destroyed by the hammer of. I just show you. We do it. We create a box, and we attach that box here. I'm too stupid to pull it up. What's my problem here? Am I not in the view? No. Okay. It was in the inside. Or is it my mouse? Hello? Downwards, it's okay. Oh, I haven't selected it. I haven't selected the hut. It's the ground I selected. Okay, the hut is built with different walls. That's very, very nice. The developers said it's the better approach to build a house by building each wall and then putting it together to a house. Why? Because if I make this house as a whole object, then I would have a lot of air inside this house, meaning there are no voxels inside here. A free and empty space inside the house. This is not very performant for Teardown because it has to iterate over each of these not existing voxels, of this empty voxel space, until it meets a voxel again. When it starts from this wall, it has to go, I don't know what is this, about 100 voxels in this direction, and then or more before it meets another one, and this is time consuming, especially in a game with such advanced physics as Teardown has. So yes, I can't pull a box up here because the ground is just as high as the top of this plank here right now. So what can we do? That's a good thing, because I can show you another thing here. We can press a new object. This little plus. I just pressed it, but I have no idea where the new object spawned. So I'm going to Control Z to put it back and have a better look. So I press there. Ah, we are somewhere here. Ah, there it is. Okay, there, and let's go in there. We can use this recenter camera button here. It's very useful to to go right into. Oh, yeah, very useful, because I can use it. So okay, it's a bit bigger than I thought. This is a 40-40-40 block, but that's okay. So we have this shape, and I go into it by switching between the modes again. So I'm now in the model mode, where I can paint essentially a box or whatever I want. Down here you have BO, which is display background objects. If I click that away, if I deactivate it, we can just see our box. So if I go up, I see the whole world. If I go inside, I just see my little box. This holds true for the wall as well, and everything else. So back to the little box. I hope I can grab it. Yes. So, and I will make it much smaller. Let's say 10. It is enough to write 10 and then press enter. This is automatically transformed to 10, 10, 10. Yes. The palette is very specific. Thank you in the chat. The palette here is very specific. It's a palette that the color palette. It's a palette that the developers designed for Magica Voxel to fit their game in a sense of materials, as I told you before. And not only in a sense of materials. If you click on glass here, it's another question that's often asked. How do I make glass in Magica Voxel? I show you one thing. I just take the glass here. And I make it a full glass box. So 10, 10 glass box. Then I go upwards, pull it out of the ground, maybe set it here on the ground, and then I hit the save button to finally go back to Teardown. Restart the game, and then inside the hut, if I have done nothing wrong, there is the glass. You see it's transparent. I can't lift it up because it's connected to the world. Everything here is connected. In the campaign mode, you can pick things up, and I will show you how to do this in a minute. But for now, you can see this is just a block, and it's interactable. I missed the sound of smashing glass. I think OBS is interfering here somehow. Ah, yes, here, let me just quick adjust something. Is it like that? No, I know what it is. I started the game before I started the recording, and before that I don't had the headset connected to the PC, so I just kill the program. Closing. Oh, run, my super fast computer, run. Closing. It's the most difficult option you can do in a physics-based game. Closing the game down. So I don't know why this takes years now. Time to have a look at the chat. Yeah, the palette, right. So this color palette was especially high. The color palette was especially designed by the developers, and most important, the colors itself. So the bluish color here, this is not important. It's not that blue means glass, or a brick has always to be in this reddish tone. You can change these colors to whatever you like. It's just the position. If I hover over these, over the palette, you can see down here where it reads console right now, here, watch it, you see the index. Because down here, this is index 1, then there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then it starts with 9 here, going up to the 255 up here. So from 1 to 255. And those indices, those index 1 to 16, They are reserved for glass. Oh yeah, 1 to 8 is reserved for glass, and 9 to console. 9 to 24 is reserved for grass. The next indices are for dirt, and what they look like is up to you. You can choose the color and everything. So is Teardown? Teardown hasn't closed by now. Yeah, yeah. Close it. This has never happened before. It's OBS. I tell you, it's OBS. So let's have a look. Do we have? Yes, I think you can hear that as well. It's a bit loud, I think. A bit less noise. You should show how to change the color. I will do in a second. Now I have this block of glass, which has a very satisfying sound if we destroy it. Just going through the wall. Of course. Yeah, I love this game. Perfect. So, nothing much to see here. But you see, I just added glass. So, some people create things with glass which do not look like glass. It looks like just like it looks here. Up here is the render mode. If you click on the render mode, and if I select the glass color here before, and I click on render mode, here on this side we have matter, which defines the material in Magica voxel. And the developers of Teardown have taken this approach over to Teardown. So here it reads glass, and here it has a transparency level. So if I just hit, I set the transparency to 0, and then I save, and I restart again. Nothing changed. Perfect. Yes, then nothing changes. So I saved. I love it if I have this when I have the same problems than everyone. Okay, I just click on diffuse. I don't use the glass material here. Showing things. Everything works always. So yeah, there it is. There it is. A nice Minecraft block of obsidian, which sounds like glass. You see, the material hasn't changed, but the color has changed. So time for you in the chat to write why the transparency didn't work here. Setting the transparency to a lower level. Maybe it worked. Maybe it's so subtle that I don't see it. I try again. Make the audio lower. I will do it. 1 second. My audio here and the audio of the game. Tell me if this is okay. A bit less. So. The glass shader has problem and might require a game restart sometimes. We will see that. In a second. So it's transparent again. It's hasn't changed, so maybe click, maybe it's this. If not, I'm very curious how to solve this. I just wanted you to show that there is no such problem. But that's how it goes. Okay, maybe I do the following thing. First of all, I now go back to the model view, and I change this color just to show you how you can change the color. You can click on color, and I take this purple approach here. I take a purple and make it like that. Then I Control C, Control V this object. So I have a second object. I click here on the black entry, which does not mean you can't use it. Of course you can use it. You just have to select another color than black here. I take blue. And then I go to the render mode. Oh, no. Before I do it, I have to go to the model and actually paint it blue. So I have a replace voxel color icon here that I haven't shown so far. And if I use it with the face mode, you will see it changes nonetheless everything. That's not that you just change this color, it changes everything. With the same color, it changes everything in the same color. So I took this bluish color here and made another glass box. Back in the render mode, you see, if I click on the purple glass, I have my transparency at 7, and I selected glass. If I go to the blue one, it reads glass, and I make it, let's say, 100 to show it. I can even do this with 0. Maybe 0 is not the best thing. 1 and 100. So, saving again, and going back into... Now the game is louder than me. That's true. I will set it back a bit. So. The game is louder than me. So, what we see here is we have a blue one, which has absolutely no transparency. Blue, 100% transparency. And we have this non-transparent purple one. I'm getting confused. Okay, you see it's all working as expected. And you may help me out in the chat if you know what's wrong with this. Okay, sometimes it needs a restart, maybe, but I don't think so. I think there are some problems with the configurations. I don't know if the devs actually used the 9662 version of Magica Voxel to do all this stuff. Let's try to click on diffuse, then save, then go back to glass, and then 100, and then save. But I don't think, I think I did this before. Shouldn't change a thing. So, let me just click here. So, try blend. Blend mode. I will try. Okay, this hasn't worked. You say try blend mode. I can try blend mode. Blend mode is a mode that blends some of these together. I think metal, emit, and glass. No, not emit, but glass. So in blend mode, we also have the transparency, and we can set it to 100 here. It stays there, and I choose blend mode here too with transparency 1. Try again. It partially worked. It partially worked. The transparency 1 here, it worked. The transparency 100 on the other side, this had no effect. Maybe 50, or did I interpret it wrong? No. 100 transparency should be 100% transparent. But as you can see, these are the problems most of the people have when they have problems with some of the palette colors or glass. They ask, how do I make glass? I make glass and I set it to transparent. It's not transparent. Yes, I can. I hear you. I can feel you. Right now, let's try one other thing. Just copy pasting these to see if it is some weird positioning thing, but I don't think so. It's no. It depends on the color. I don't need to do that. It depends on the color. Basically, the material is defined by the palette to go on a bit. Yes. If I go inside here and I fill this up with wood, save it and go back to the game, then you will see a wood crate next to a blue glass crate. Yeah, you hear this is wood, and even if you can't see it, this is glass, which was transparent some seconds ago, but I can't remember how to do it. Try changing the view in HS view to dark on 1. That worked for me today. Can do that. Blue. Oh gosh, where was it? Was it on glass? No. Help me out. Where's the at the bottom? You mean the density, or you mean the? Wait. Under the color. Oh, here, this view. Okay, sorry. Changing it to a dark one. I changed this to a darker color. The view value, yes. I change it to a darker color. Okay. Save it. So what do I have? 50%. I restart. Yes, you can see I'm an expert. I know everything. So, you're kidding me. So I had some strange value there that wasn't working. Okay, that may be a good information for all the people out there who have the same problem. The the V value of the colors might change this. So a darker one is okay, and if I change it back, will it? If I change it to a very bright one, will it then be broken again? Glass shader is very buggy, yes. No, it works. Basically, I think you have to just to adjust the V value to make it work. So, nonetheless, we created a glass and a wood box, and I hope this covers a bit of the palette. Some important things of the palette here. You can export a palette like this, clicking here, and just name it. For example, island PNG. And then if you go, I will go outside. I will just make a completely close it down. I will just open it up completely new. So you see, this is the very colorful standard palette of Magica Voxel. And if I click this button, it's import palette, then I can import the island palette again. So I have exactly this palette. Don't forget, these are the nodes, and the nodes are not exported. They are not exported for some reason. I don't know exactly why. They are not dependent on the model. I don't think so. You can comment that on the palette, but yeah, it's not here. The standard palette of the developers, I should show you this. So say hello, these are you guys. The standard palette is here in Create Tutorials and Info if you are on Discord, and you can go to the link that Emil had provided here under this link. Oh, nice. Where does it open? So, not here. Not here, okay. Oh, yeah, it downloaded it already. Okay, yes. Just for the sake of information, this is the page the developers made up to explain how to mod these files. Basically the same thing I just told you. And here's the palette, and you can download it here. Click on here and you have this palette. Now the thing is, if you download this palette, that solves the problem. If you download this palette, you will see that it is a Teardown palette Vox. So it is not a PNG. It's nothing you can pull in because, as I wrongly said a second before, the information is contained in the Vox file, not in the palette itself. No, don't change that. And this is the standard palette the developers provide us. I can drag and drop it on MV Palette direct, basically. Yes, you could also have dragged and dropped it right here, and you would have it. So this is the standard palette offered by the developers. It has some glass colors, grass colors, dirt, and everything up to here. Should make this a bit wider to show you the text. This is hard metal and hard masonry. I think those are indestructible. This is what the documentation here should tell you too. There are indestructible colors. Is it on this page? Here. There are the colors and the hardness, and here it says hard masonry is and hard metal are not destructible by sledges, not by blowtorches, not by guns, but by explosives. That's the point. Heavy metal and rock is indestructible. Right, heavy metal and rock is indestructible, and this should be here, here, and rock was here. Okay, so far so good. Back to how to modify other things in Magica Voxel. As we can see, we can very easily modify voxel objects that are already created in Magica Voxel, and they're in the specified folder for the level. So the island level has this island XML and the island folder, which contained the model, the complete model of the island, which I just modified without making a backup. So yeah, I will get this later. More important, back to the XML of island. Just make it a bit quiet for a second. So back to the XML of the island. So you have to open this XML file now, because we just saw it's based on this XML file and on the Vox file. The Vox file, we have seen what to do with it. And now to the island XML. To open up the island XML, you can use pretty much every editor that has code highlighting. If you don't know what this is, it helps you understanding, it shows you some of, it colors some parts of the file. Like here, the comments are in this darkish blue, then you have an opening tag, an opening element scene, this is in a pinkish way, and then you have this green version tag with a white 3. So this helps you understand that in let me see. Yeah. This is the alternative. Try to read this and work with it. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. So I recommend using some editor with code highlighting. I'm using Notepad++ right now. For XML files, there are better editors, I know. I'm using Notepad++. You can download it on the web page of Notepad++, which is Notepad. There it was, Notepad++ org. And then you go to download here on the left side, click on the top entry because that's the most recent file, and then you have to decide again, is it 33 bits or is it 64 bits? And then you have to choose if you want to install it, which I would recommend, because if you install it, you have features like right clicking and open with, and it's automatically here. You can choose this. But if you're not the administrator of your computer, you can choose a portable version, which is just a zip file, 4.1 megabytes. Gosh, is that slow? Now, which contains everything you need, and then just copy the content of this into some folder. Just unpack the zip file. You have unpack it somewhere, and I have 7-zip for unpacking, but Windows can open zip files. So you can just copy this or pull it out and put it somewhere. So I'm using Notepad++ to edit this XML files. Let's have a look at this. I opened it up already. It is this. Don't be surprised that your Notepad++ might look a bit different than mine. I just have another color scheme installed, another color skin. And in the level files for the island, the developers documented very well what all of these tags are doing. I recommend you to read a bit of this because it is quite interesting, and you can learn a bit. For example, it talks about the weather somewhere here. The environment is set to sunset. Let's start with it. Basically, let's start with that, because if I start Teardown again, and we go back to the island, to the island. Go back to Gilligan's Island and we have a look around and we see it's sunset. That we see that. Yeah, it's sunset. The color is, as I said, is a warm reddish sunset tone. Let's change that. Let's change it to night and see what the night mode looks like. Change it. I'm in the island XML. I change it to night, pressed restart, and basically all the lights are gone. That's what night mode is. It's not absolutely dark. You see, it's more yeah, cloudy evening. I don't know, but it's definitely darker. And we can do other things like foggy, for example. Restart it. And yeah, there's much more fog to be seen here on the water and this building there in the back. Foggy is, or there on the tree, has a depth, a certain depth where the fog starts. And of course, even if we can hear enough water, we can hear much more water and we can see it using rain. Now it pours. And yeah, you see, you can change the weather with this. Go away. So nice. This is the first thing you can mod. You can go into a level and mod the environment. For example, rain or night or sunset or sunrise. Just read the instructions here and play around with that. I recommend playing around with those tags and finding some interesting setup for the map as you like it. This is an XML file. XML is extensible markup language. Something with X and then markup language. The most important thing is language, because it's a language you can read like any other computer language, like assembler or brainfuck. Just saying, those are things you can't read that good. So XML is a markup language, which means you have those tags, you have those elements in kind of a markup. You will notice that, or maybe you know that from HTML, which is also a ML, a markup language. And as someone said in the chat before, the difference between HTML and XML is XML is mostly used for data, while HTML is used for web-based presentation of things. But it's quite similar. It is similar. Let's look through this XML file from top to bottom. We have an opening scene tag, and if you're new to XML, every opened tag, with a tag I mean something in between an open and a closing arrow. What's the name in English? Write it in the chat, please. It's so embarrassing. I should know that. Between an opening scene tag and a closing scene tag. You see, the closing has this backslash, and the opening don't have that. So think of it as two halves of a box, and everything inside is contained in that box. Yeah, we speak like that. It's contained inside the scene tag. Contained inside the scene tags are those other tags, and you see most of them open up and close. They open up and close, but there are others that are just a one-liner, and there is the backslash is at the end, which is a short form of writing opening and closing without something in between. So environment template rain with the backslash is essentially the same as this. That's absolutely the same. I can write this, or I can write this. Now, as someone who likes to break stuff to see how it works, what happens if I use rain and night together? Just fooling around. As you can see, the night wins over the rain. So, as a curious person, I'd like to know, is it because of the alphabetic order that night becomes that night comes for rain, or is it because of the order in the XML file? So I put rain under night, and try that again. And no, it's the order in the XML file, which is um, not so typically for XML files. XML usually has the approach to be not ordered, but I've seen it ordered all the time. At work, we use XML in ordered mode, so I think uh, it's a concept that is not longer supported to exclusively use it in an unordered mode. So you see, whichever you choose, down, which is the one at the bottom, this will win. So I stay with rain for a second, and let's have a look at the other tags here. Here we have a body tag which has a voxbox tag inside. Let's have a look what this means. So body in Teardown defines something, I would say, physically and grouped, like the whole island here is a body, a big body with things on it. Yeah, grass and the plants and the whole model of Magica Voxel is inside this body. It's another way to say a huge object glued together. So the devs say VoxBox is a basic Vox shape, and by default it's indestructible. And what we have here is a VoxBox 2000 times 2000 wide and 1 high, which is the ground we're staying on. This is an indestructible VoxBox at the position minus 100, minus 0.1, minus 100. What does that mean? Okay, take it slowly. The VoxBox is... I can show you another VoxBox to show what it is. I can just copy that. I copy that here, and I alter some values. Let's do this first. Let's just alter some values. Let's say we take 2000 away and we say 1, and we take 2000 away and we say 1 here, and let's go back and see what it is. That's approach I like. Just do things and look what happens. So the island is there, nothing changed, and if I go into the water, everything's fine. So, what changed? What have I changed? I can also set... I don't know. Can I set the size to 0? I never tried that. Interesting. Maybe I can set the size to 0. And we see, maybe nothing changed, right? It's still raining, and we have still the water everywhere. And so, what is this good for? We don't know. We don't know yet. I can change the position. I set it to 0, 0, 0. Next thing, to see, maybe that changes something. Nothing. Yeah? You see, if I had no idea what this is, despite knowing it's a basic box shape, which is indestructible, I would say I don't see a box here which is indestructible. Nowhere. So I just take it away and say, okay, if I don't need it, what happens if I delete it? And as someone with no knowledge, I must come to the conclusion that this is absolutely superfluous, that we don't need it. Let's have a look at the next thing. Basically, we will see we need it, but on this map, it's not necessary. Mainly because we have water, I think. We will see that in a minute. Let's look at the next thing. A body tag which has not a vox box, but a vox. So the difference between a vox and a vox box is this vox, you may recognize it from the voxel model, from Magica Voxel. This vox refers to the island vox in the folder of the island. Now, this does not read island vox, but level in uppercase island vox. Because the level is called island, this level knows that it has to look for the island folder and the island vox. So this refers exclusively to this. It's the same. So if I change this to islands, I should have a problem. As you can see, as you may see, I just fell from the top down into the water, and now I'm not even in the water anymore. So there's nothing, I just crashed through the water. Let's add the body tag again that we had before and see if I make islands here, if we have a difference. And you see, I'm not falling down. That's the difference. I'm not falling down here. If I have this body block here, I'm emerging from the sea. And if I delete it, see, there is nothing feeling, and then blip, a splashing sound, and then there's nothing. I can't jump, I can't walk around, there's nothing. So even if we don't know it exactly, we can say it has something to do with the ground. Something with the ground. And it is the ground. It is a ground that is 2,000 meters in-game wide, 2,000 times 2,000 meters wide, and 1 meter high. Now, a meter in Teardown is 10 voxels. So 1 meter high means 10 voxels high. The position is measured in the same, in the same, what's the name? In the same values. It's meters too. So we have negative 100 in x direction, negative 100 in z or z direction, and just 1 voxel, which is negative 0.1 meter downwards. So what are these coordinates mean? And I can show you in Paint if you don't know what I'm talking about. We're talking about 3D. So we are inside. We are inside a cube, and we have 3 dimensions, right? We can go this way, we can go this way, we can go upwards. So, and what this says is go 100 in this direction, not in this. That would be positive. This is the positive direction. Yeah, we have positive, and this is the negative direction of x. And we go in this direction because it's the negative direction of z. Oh man, that's the best idea I've ever had to use this. Okay, this is z, this is x. And this is essentially y. Now some people ask why is y the coordinate to go upwards, and z is going in and out of the plane we're looking at, but it's different. You can even change that in 3D modeling programs. It's just so you know, minus 100 means going to the left 100 from your starting position. Minus 100 on the z, on the third coordinate here, means going 100 backwards. 100 forwards would be plus 100. And minus 0.1 means going downwards 1 pixel. That's how these coordinates can be read. We will see that later. Essentially, we have the same positioning here for the island. So what happens next? We can look, we see if we change island to islands, the island disappears because it won't find the island in this folder. And to prove that, I call this islands now, and I will call this islands too. So this says islands, this says islands. If I restart, it's here. It's not gone. Yes, very good advice in the chat. Think of the bottom plane of this body here. Think of it as the bedrock in Minecraft, if you know that. It's the bottom of the world, and if you delete this, there would be no bedrock. Sounds cool, huh? Digging as deep as you like. But no bedrock would mean not as deep as you like, but dig the last thing, the last block above the bedrock, and then fall down into an eternal void of nothing, while watching the world above disappear. So that's the Vox. A Vox can load a Vox model. So what happens if we add another Vox model here? So I can go just back to Magica. I have it open. Or horribly wide palette here. So, and I go straight for this, centering, and I will just make a new box because of simplicity. So but I will make a hollow box this time. I take wood, click on some sides, then I turn around the block, click, click, and then I need to go inside to make the top. And this is a hollow box, and I will save it. I will not save it as Teardown Palette 1, so I will not press the save button. I will go here to the export button, and I will export it to the folder we just saw, to the island folder, and call it BoxVox. It's the BoxVox. Now, how do I get this into the game? I basically just copy this line and replace this one by Vox and see what's happening. I hear you cry, but let's see what happens if we just copy that. And I should stop the rain here. I take sunrise again because it's a bit noisy in the background. So, where's my box? Where's my box? I can't see my box. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Maybe I can see it. And yes, it is hidden. It's well hidden right below here, where I can't reach it. Why? Because the coordinates I choose are 3 points up, 3 meters up from the ground. The same is this island. This island starts 3 meters above the ground. So it's basically directly in the center of the island, deep down below. What do I have to do to bring it up? Without any mods, I have to guess how high this island is to bring the box somewhere up there. So how high can this island be? If I go into the water, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So above here, 10. So this is 10, this is about 20, this is about 30, 40, 50, 60-ish must be here, maybe. So I will say 6 more than this, which would be a 9. Let's see if I can guess. I'm horrible at guessing. And look at this, I'm standing on a wooden box. There it spawned. Well guessed. It's about 6 meters above the ground. There it is. Here, prove it. It's my box, and funny enough, it's right inside the tree. I still can't move it around. You see, I can't move it around, but it's here. So it's a bit huge. And another interesting thing is what you have just seen here. It's a very big box here. What you've just seen here, I'm standing on top of the box. So, okay, I want to go under the box, so I put it way higher. Let's say I put it on 18. So this must be above me, right? It can't be under me. Oh. Okay. So we have the box on 18 and I'm still on top of it. Why does this happen? Because the player in Teardown, important fact, the player in Teardown is always spawned at x0, z0, but y the highest point. The highest point. So if I put this up to 100, I will be spawned just on top of 100, because the highest point, and this point means voxel, the highest placed voxel at 0x and 0z will be the place the player will be spawned on top. So if I just move this a bit around, and not only move it around but shrink it down a bit, it has a scaling option, right? So this worked perfectly. But it's okay. It's okay to see that, because now you see, how can I add the walls to this box? I could take the box brush and do it, but I would like to fill it like I did for the big box. Up here you have the fit model size button. Very important button, because if you click it, it shrinks down the model to its maximum voxel height. That's basically the same thing I said for the player. If I have 200 here, there is way up place, but the player will spawn right on top of this box. Always. So even if it's there, it will spawn on top of the box. So all the empty space does not count. Plus, if I would save the empty space with this box, I would save it as a 200-200 model. I would bring down the performance if I do this too often. So I saved this box in 2020, put it back on the ground. What was it? It was about 9, and I put it a bit away from me. So when I spawn, I'm looking in a certain direction, and this direction, we can call it north or forward, is away from the hut. This is away from the hut. I'm looking forward. Now, forward is a positive Z or Z coordinate. This one. Backward to the house is a negative coordinate. So I will choose -2. Why do I choose 2? Because this box is, you just saw it, this box is 20-20-20. So I'm standing in the middle of a 20-20-20. 10 voxels are 1 meter. So if I put it aside 10, then it would still be here. So I put it about 20 away, which is 2 meters, and it will be right behind me. I just check the numbers again, and then we see I'm on the ground and the box is right next to me. It's my box. There it is. Nicely done. The box is in the game. We have seen how to bring the box into the game, and it has a texture element. What does the texture element do? You may have guessed it, because look at this box I just made. Which color does it have? Right? It has one single color. Now let's look at this box. It looks more realistic in a way, yes, like the house. It's not a plain, dull, plain box. But why isn't it a dull, plain box? It's because of this texture element. If I remove the texture element and go back to Teardown, ta-da! There is my plain old box, and it's shiny. It's a shiny wood material. That's another important thing. Now that I see it, if I go to render mode, we can't see it here perfectly, but it's a shiny thing because it reads metal here, up here. This is a metal block. Let's set it to diffuse and save it. You see, I can see the trees in here. It's reflecting the trees. Now restart it, and hopefully I don't have to adjust the V value. No, I don't have. See, now it's more cardboard dull, or wood dull. Yeah, it's not metal anymore. The important message here, and the developers wrote that on their website too, is how the material looks is up to you. How it behaves is coded in the index of the palette. I can make this emit light. I hope I can emit this light. This is another problem. It doesn't work so many times. So I just said it emits light. It has an emission and 4, and let's see if that works. And whoa, nice. And broken. Cool, huh? If you break something that shines in Teardown, that emits light, it stops emitting light. Another fun fact. So, back to the XML file, and I will add the texture again, and I will make the cube be a diffuse cube, like it is, and go back to the game to show you the first thing that's important for modding right now. This was all basic stuff, yeah, you know. Now an important thing. I want to push and pull this box. So if you already know what to do, it's boring, I know, but most of you won't notice. So I can do for many things, but I will do this. I will write here prop equals true. Prop equals true. Funny side note, there are other things like prop 1, prop 2, prop 3 and prop 4, which is essentially, Emil, if you're hearing this or if you're watching this lady, which is essentially laziness. And it's exactly how I do things. I wonder, if I had wrote this, this would all be probably. Just to be fast. It's a fast way to do things. And fast is a good thing if you want to sell things. That's so. We're here. I can cut it, and wow! It doesn't stay in mid-air like it did before. Can I pull it up? I can pull it up. Prop equals true is the friend of everything that should be pullable, pushable, and I don't know. Burnable. No, it would have burned before. But now I can throw it around to burn many things. Fire. Fire is nice in this game. So, essentially, I wrote prop true at a box. And this makes this thing interactable. I can now grab it, throw it around, and the takeaway message here is, let's go back to our island. All the things here are stacked together in one big file. It's called island box, we already know that. And the island box file in XML is here. Thank you. The island box file is here. And I can make it prop true the whole island, which has an interesting effect. Because if I make the whole island, you see, very interesting. Very interesting. The whole island just falls through the ground and smashes. It just smashed. Smashed on the ground plane, on the bedrock, if you want it like that. And I can barely move here because everything here is touchable, and I can pull it around if I just make it. Okay. No. It's okay. The whole island, to make the whole island a thing you can grab and pull around, to give it dynamic physics, is absolutely a bad idea. To give very huge things dynamic physics, the dynamic property, makes things worse. A question in the chat is, how is dynamic different to prop? So, some of you might know, it's not only prop equals true that makes things dynamic, I can also write something on the body. And this is dynamic equals true. If I take away the prop equals true here and write dynamic equals true, oh my god, come in, and write dynamic true at the body, it's the same thing. See, I can, the whole body is now dynamic, but I hope I can show you, even if this island is falling down, but see what happens. This box stays in mid-air. It stays in mid-air. So even if everything here around me is now dynamic, the box and the island are the same thing. They are glued together. Even if the box is floating, they are glued together. That's the difference. To make a whole body with two box elements dynamic, or just make one element dynamic by writing prop true. Because if I make only one object dynamic, then I can pull it around. I should. Okay, I have to wake it up first. That's another thing. Yeah, important thing to notice here is even if those things are dynamic, they will float in mid-air until you touch them. I hear the question very often, or I read it in the chat, how did I made it in campaign mode? Because nothing floats around in campaign mode until you touch it. Nope. In campaign mode, these objects are very, very clever positioned. They're exactly where they should be, so they don't have to fall down. There are tables placed on the ground of the house, chairs placed on the ground of the house, so if you touch them, they essentially do not move because they are already where they would fall if they had to fall. So There is no such function. Emil said that the developers are thinking about adding some kind of a wake-up call at the beginning of every level to prevent a dynamic box like my box to stay in midair here until the player touches. There is a workaround. I can show you a workaround how to how to make the things dynamic on startup, but it's very, very bad. I show you. I show you. Let's put this thing a bit aside and let's put another one there. Just have a look if that works. They should be floating in midair. Oh, don't touch it. Okay, they're floating in midair until something touches it. So, oops. Oops, and what happened? Did I make the whole island dynamic again? No? No? What the heck? I have no idea what I just did, but it's impressive. It's very impressive. What the hell is this? Nice. I think the Titanic just arrived. Did I make the body? No. No. What happened? That's incredible. I don't know what happened. I don't know what is this thing. That's the object in the palette file they have? It's default? Yeah, I haven't seen that in the palette file. But yeah, it's very funny. I just wanted to show you that I have to touch the objects to finally break the dynamic. So maybe I should, next thing, I should take them out of the body from the island. Because the island should be static, it should be not dynamic in any way. And I will just make another body here. And add those boxes here to see if it has the same effect or if I have a big, huge Titanic again. You mean it's in the box file? In the box file, because I took the yes, I took if you remember, if I remember it right, I took the palette file from the developers and then added this box. But here, oh god, here I introduce to you the outline. In the outline you see every object that is in this scene. And okay, there are, aha, there it is, our Titanic. Nice. So I will go here and just delete them. Thank you for this information. I haven't heard that before. I haven't even noticed that before, because I used the palette with without comments. So I just saved that. That's cool. So I didn't just make the box dynamic. I made the whole whatever it was dynamic too. Nice, nice. So, but having another body object like here, having another body element and adding two vox elements here, 2 times the same thing, a vox box, will let them float in midair until I touch this box. I touch it, touch. But this box is unaffected. Recognize it. So I can take a piece of wood and bam. Now it's affected too. So how do we make it that these boxes are on the ground, they fall on the ground when the level starts? Well, they're both part of the same body, and I can make the whole body dynamic. First thing to notice, if I touch this one, both fall down and they're glued together. It's not cool, but they're glued together. What happens to one of them happens to the other one. So, guess what you can do to make them fall right at the beginning. I can make in Magica Voxel another object. I make it here in this scene view. I press the plus button on the boxes and I have another object here. This is the object. And I make it 1, 1, 1. It's a very small object. This is my object. I give him some color. I don't know. Glass. And save it. Now, next important concept is this outline here. In this outline, we can define names for objects. So, you see, we have a root. This is our scene. And we have two objects just named Vox. We can't distinguish between them. But if I click at the lower Vox, I see my box is highlighted, so I just call it a box. Now, this Vox is called a box. This Vox is my little friend here, and I call it just spot, because it's nothing more than a small spot. If I go, and I will, the last thing I will do is I will put it, to show you something, I will put it on top of the box. So, if I don't do anything further and start and restart the game, if I don't change a thing, you might see it floating up there. There is Spot. Spotty is up there. There's my second spot. There are glass spots, and if I touch the box, the spot is on top, and it won't change position because they are in the same. This is one object. Even the air between it is part of the object. So I can't. Even if I break this, it will stay in place. But what happens if I write object equals box for one of the boxes? Why do I write box here? Because I named the box box, and I call this object equals spot, because I called this one spot. See, in the box file there is an object called box and an object called spot. So in the box file is an object called box and an object called spot. And if I start the game again, if I restart it and have a look, then there is my box, and spotty should be here, but it's at the same height value than the box. So basically it will be inside the ground right now. Let's put them up. Let's say we put them at 12. There you can see, this is spot. So what happens if I touch spot? I will jump into spot. I can't jump into spot. It's too high. Oh gosh, it's too high. I can't jump in. Nah. Okay, can I break it? Yes. See what happens? I break spot and the box falls down. Even if those are not directly connected. So, I told you that at 0, 0 the player spawns. At the highest point at 0, 0. So if I put spot on the 0, 0 xz and put it, let's say, at 20. And then I spawn a bunch of boxes. One here and one above that, 18 maybe. And then I go back to the game. I will start right on top of spot, which makes everything dynamic. That's uncool, I know, because it falls down and it was in mid-air. But what did we say? It's about 9 where the island starts. Let's see if this holds true. Then the spot is invisible and down below me. No, I don't want to hammer it down. I just wanted to show you that even just standing here would be enough. But there is grass here. You see, it's a very fiddly method to do it like this. But it's the only method to do it right now. To group things together, and then there is the spot, and then to touch one of them to activate the others. Okay, still I'm standing on the grass. So 10. So now. See? Okay. And I got a catapult for free. This is a very lousy method to do this, and I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're in dire need to let the objects fall right at the beginning, you can do this. I don't know, however, if this works for groups. Let's check this out. There is a tag called group. We can use it here to group together multiple bodies. So let's add the spot to another body and see what happens. So I'm still standing on this spot. It has no interest in me standing on it and doing something. And if I break it, nothing happens. So grouping won't work. It's only possible if you put everything together in one body, but then you will have to add the prop property, which I forgot here. Prop is true on each one of them to prevent this catapult effect, I think. Oh, I still have the group around it, but it's not. So. No, it even breaks the whole thing. If I make it... Yeah, okay. If I make it dynamic, it won't work anymore. So it's a very fiddling process. If you really need to spawn things that will fall down, please just place them where they should be. This was a very long road to go to show you that you basically shouldn't try to let things fall down at the start of a level. In the end, if they are made of wood or plastic or grass or whatever, if they fall, they may fall apart. So it's not a good choice to let them fall down. Okay. We've seen some basic things here. I will show them in a minute in another context, but for now we are almost through. We have this boundary here, and the boundary is where how wide the player can go. I can set a boundary down to, instead of 100, I can set it to 10. And this should cause a very, very, very small cage. You see, I can't go through there. I can manipulate things out there. I think I can throw things out there. Yes. That's basically how you change the boundary of your map. You can make it bigger or smaller. Don't make it too big, because physics and laggy gaming if you have too many objects there. So, before we starting to talk about doors and frames and hinges and things like that, let's have a look at the last two things. Here we have a script tag. What this does is it injects the main Lua file. So if you're not fond with what is a Lua file, just delete it and try what happens. Did you notice something different? Where is my sledgehammer? Where are my bombs? They're gone. Nothing here. There's nothing here. There's not even the symbol for the hand. Can't do anything. Okay, I can't do anything because it's not a prop anymore. But that's not the point. The point is the main Lua file. You should include it. You should always include it until you're a very sophisticated modder that knows how to do toolings, which is not possible at the moment. The main Lua, we will have a look at that in, I think, in 10 minutes or so. But for now, just recognize, if you're not including the main Lua, you don't have tools, I press escape, I press tab. This is not part of the main lure. This is a part of the HUD lure, just so you know it. But you don't have tools. If you don't include the main lure, you don't have tools. You don't have other things too, but the tools are the most important thing you lose. Via the script tag, you can load so-called lure files. This is where the programming comes in to play, and we will need this in a minute to program our first lure script. But before that, let's have a look at the last thing. We have water here. Obviously, if I delete the water tag, all the pretty water is gone, and you have a pretty look at the what we call bedrock. Yeah, it's frozen obsidian. And if I now remove this body up here, I hope this is what I think it is. It's gone. There's nothing out there. And if I step out there into the void, I can say goodbye to my island. This is what happens in good programmed 3D games if you're reaching the best point. Bye bye. And there it's gone because of the view. So this tackles the XML file, the standard island XML file. You have a template where you can change the weather. You have a base plate, so you can go into the water without falling down in an eternal void, which is placed at a certain position, which has a width and a height and a depth, and which has a color, which was 000. Just play around with it. It's the red, green, blue order. So if I want to have a beautiful green bedrock, I should delete the water to see it. There it is. There it is, my green screen. Perfect for shooting movies like what's it called? I just watched it. With Hacker Man. I love Hacker Man. Kung Fury. So, quick look at the chat. The boundary would make an interesting speedrun game mode about the boundary following you after you press a button. Right. If we could do it. If we could use the buttons. We can't right now. We just have the escape key and the any key. Why do we have the any key? Okay, and the player can't go through boundary, but objects can. Drove a car at the boundary at its stop. Drove car boundary and jumped out before boundary and car went through. Yes, objects can went through, right. And maybe get the player position. If they were too close, if they lose health, it seems pretty far off. And I did a moment. Ah, okay, yeah. It's like PUBG. Battle Royale, yeah. Teardown the movie, right. Are you going to add more custom levels to the menu? Yes, for the boundary game. Okay, then let's have a look at things like doors, because we have a hut here. And if I want to go into that hut, you will have noticed that I can't do anything here. I need to smash it. That's the only way to get into and to see my beautiful 2 glass blocks. How to change that? First of all, we're going to the islands box. Nope, we don't save this. Back on the island. What we have to do first is to go into the free mode to walk properly. So we have to make the door a standalone object. Right now it's part of this. It's just part of the wall. But nothing easier than making a standalone object from a door. We have the selection tool here. We click box, select, activate the box icon here. That's very useful. I show you why. If you don't use the box, I think I showed you already. If you use that, you have only the frame to select. But if you choose the box, you select it via the voxels itself. So just going through the door because it has these funny things outside, and I press Control X for cutting it out. Control X. Then I go into the world menu, now having no door at all, and pressing Control V. And there is the door again. This time, when I click it, I see it's a bit big concerning the frame around it. So I just use the Fit Model Size tool to fit it down to its intended size. And yeah, fits neatly. A thing I have to do now is I can't let the door inside the island Vox. Why can't I do that? Because island Vox contains so many objects, and I can't exclude the door from those objects, but I need the door to be excluded. So if I just save it right now, I have it here, I call it door, because I will need that. I call it door, but I can't say, please print, please paint everything, please make a world without this door right now. This door will always be here, and it will always be there. Maybe there will be, or maybe there is a tag inside the XML right here on IslandWorks where I could say something like not objects is door. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe this is already in there, but I haven't found it yet. So I can't have the island right now without the door. So sadly, I have to remove that door. So I'm removing it right here. I'm clicking on my door, pressing Control X again, and then then saving, and then pressing the new project. New project starts with a cube. Then I Control V to hit my door and to enter my door, to paste it, and then I fit the model so I have the door again. This time in a completely new file. That's okay. I call it door. I save it. Can I save it? Or yeah. I save it and call it door Vox. So I just cut the door out of the island. What this does is, obviously, we have no door left. There's no door. There's no door in here. So, first of all, let's bring that door back to have a position where to put the door. And here we get the creeps, because to find this position where this door belongs is now guesswork if you don't use some modding. And that's the part where I would usually start to show you Lua code and something, but I won't do this. I just show you how to make it with your bare hands, because let's go to Lua later and concentrate on making doors right now. And it shouldn't be too hard to insert the door here. But I show you another concept. I show you the concept of using a Vox outside of a body. And to use a Vox outside of the body, you have to add prop true. So you have to make it dynamic. There is no such thing as a static Vox outside of a body. I will show you in a second what happens if you try to make a static one outside. I will place it, because I know where this box is situated. It's a bit outside of the house. I will place the door at the same height. And you remember, when looking north, when looking in the positive Z direction, I was looking away from the house. I want the door to be more in direction of the house, so I just make it -4 to just show you it should be about here. This is where I expect this, because when I start, I look in this direction. This is positive Z or Z. This is negative Z, and this is placed at -3Z. So the door at -4 should be placed near the box. And I just made the box a bit lower. Restarting. And I'm stupid. I made a box instead of a door here, because I still have the box Vox. What I need is the door Vox. I can skip the object equals door here, because I only have the door in the whole file. So there it is. Okay, this is the Z direction. I thought I spawned in this direction. Is this X actually? No. But it must be. It must be. Minus Z is in that direction. Okay, so stupid me. Why is the player spawned in X direction? So, I've done it all wrong 5 days. Okay. The door is spawned here and it's prop true. So if I touch it, I can throw it around. What happens if I do the door without prop true? If I make a static door that I can't touch, this happens. It's not interpretable by the parser. It's a thing that doesn't happen. Can't happen. There is no door. If I make it like that, there is no door. So let's position the door at the right position. It was about here when it just spawned at -4, which is here. Guessing it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70-ish more. So I have not a 4, 7 more, 11. And it should be about... This is the... I am stupid. This is the Z direction. Okay, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. Okay, gladly. So this is the X direction. And if I'm here, this is the positive X direction. So I have to put it about 11, about 7 more in the direction of X, which is 3. 7 plus 3 is 10. And looking at the door right now, it can go 1, 2, 3, then it is partly inside here, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more. That's what's so annoying. If you don't have tool, I put it in the wrong direction. Okay, it's minus X, of course. Minus X. It's the right side. What? No, don't override it. So. And where is it? What did I do? Where's the door? I love positioning things by hand. Did I mention that? What did I make wrong now? It was 10 before. It was 3, then I... Oh, yeah. Wrong direction. -4. So the door should be somewhere there. Ah, there it is. Yeah, right. There it is. Nice. So now it should be about... Okay, it can go 1.5 back. So it's 2, 5. And it's still 11... What did I say? 7 more? So 20 minutes later, an eternity later, 1 eternity later, the door should be around somewhere merged with the wall, maybe. No, -2. It's a hassle. There it is. There it is. Perfect! Perfect. So it's about 10 and a bit too much in that direction to go back to 6, 5. And it has to be placed more on top. About 20 maybe. And that's a good thing to see. Magica Voxel has a height of 19 of this object. Let's do the math here. It's at 9 right now. It has 19. And it is above the ground for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it lacks 9. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so it lacks 9. Then put it up 9 more. And let's see what we have here. Would love to adjust the player spawn position. Is the right height? Maybe should not touch it. There's the frame, so it has to go 1 voxel more upwards. Yeah, 1 voxel up and 1, 2, 3, 4 voxels in this direction. So we are at 10 there, and we are almost where we want to be. Just with the positioning. We haven't even started to make the door operatable. It's in the frame, but it's 1, 2, maybe 3 too far in the back. This is the minus 2.5 thing. What do we say? So, do we take 8? Right, there it is. So it's not interactable right now. If it is interactable, in fact, if I touch it, I can pull it out, and there is the door. So for this, perfect. We have a door. We know where to position the door. Let's go on quickly. We lost much time doing the positioning. Next thing we need is something the door can connect to. And we already have something the door can connect to. It's this frame. So the next thing I'm going to take out of this is the frame. I'm going to the select mode again and choosing the frame, Control X, Control S to save the file, going to the door file, going to the world view and pressing Control V to have the model, the not copied model, no, there it is. To have the model, very useful button, this recenter button. Then I have to fit the model size again to have the frame for the door. That's all we need right now. I call this frame. We have 2 parts of the door. It should be easy for us to position the frame right now. We shouldn't do this. The frame shouldn't be touchable or able to be carried around. It's not dynamic. So we have to put the frame into a body. And if we do the frame inside of the body, why not putting the door there too? That's okay. We can do it and it should be okay. The thing we're doing here is we know the door is at this position and we know the frame is in both directions 1 more. 1 voxel here, 1 voxel there. We know it's 1 voxel above, 1 voxel below. So basically I think we have to move it 1 down to 9.9 and then we have to move it in the right direction. From this point of view, right. And restart it. Oh, and we have to call, and we have to do something. If we make it like this, we have the door right here, that's okay, but look at this. We have the frame up in the sky. Why is the frame up in the sky? Because if we go to Magica Voxel and we go to the world view, there is the door, there is the frame, and what was the failure, the error? I didn't specify which object I need. So here I need the frame. I say object is frame. You will remember I named the object frame here. That's therefore I can, if I call it Mary here, I should write Mary here. And this object is called door because I called it door in here. So basically, if I put them together here, I should see some kind of frame inside the door, if I'm not completely broken. No! Yes, the door is in the frame. That's one thing we have. But it's not where I thought it would be. Yes, because no, not yes, yes. Because I put both. That's a nice. Oopsala. That's a nice artifact. I noticed. If you put more than one object in a Magica they start to get relative coordinates in the world. So if I have just one object, I can move this around wherever I want, and it won't change its position. But if I put another object in here, suddenly the Magica world coordinates start to transfer into Teardown. What this means is, I don't think this solves my problem, what I just did, because this is 0, 0, 0 in the worldview of Magica Voxel. At least it was this evening. Right. So it's not where I want it to be. The frame is 1 out. Why is it not? Okay. Just to have one working object here. So we have a door and we have a frame. We just have to position the door and the frame again. And let's do another thing. If they're in the body, then let's put them together. And let's say the body is positioned here, and the only difference is that the frame is a bit down of that. So I'm using relative coordinates. I'm telling I don't have to tell the door to be at 0, 0, 0, but for readability I add it here. So the frame's just one below, the door is here, and now I just have to adjust these values to bring the door and the frame to the right position. Makes things easier, else I would have to switch both. So again, our little play, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, 40, 50, I don't know, it's about 20. So 20 in this direction is a 4. I thought it was a 4. Did I mess up the phase again? No. I heard it. Where's the door? It should be somewhere at this axis, but I can't see it. Is it in the wall? Oh, of course, it's in the wall. It's in the wall, right? You're here. Is there some door hidden? No? There it is! Ah! Found you! Gotcha! So if you want to make a hide-and-seek game for objects inside other objects, this is how you do it. And we have to put it aside, let's say that was about 2 to see it. Maybe. Not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 back. It's 5, 5. Finally. Yay! We placed a frame and a door. Woohoo! And still, the door is prop true, so if I use my hand, you can see it's almost a door, but it has nothing to do with it. Now for the trick. Now for the really interesting thing. We have joints. We need a joint to connect the door to the frame. So, where should this joint be positioned right now? I put it at 0, 0, 0. I make a Vox box here. If you know, you know already a Vox box is something I can give a color, and it is a box that has some size. and I make this box size 2. This is always better readable when going through other objects. And the positioning is minus 0.5, minus 0.5, minus 0.5. I tell you in a minute why. And the color is red, which is 0, 1, 1. Red, green, blue. Full red, no green, no blue. The Vox join point is at 0, 0, 0. And if I start the game, and I should make it not, what's it called? Not interactable, not physical. But that's uninteresting. I just want to see it. So it's red and it's 0, 0, 0, and I can't see it. I can't see it. What did I mess up? I have the size, I have the position, I have the color, I have the Vox box. In a joint that has a point? What the hell is point? But even though point that this shouldn't have any influence. No, that's not a problem here. The problem here is I messed up. So I'm going to somewhere I have a joint and I'm just copy pasting it. I think I have a joint somewhere laying around in the map of our basic. Ropes, there are ropes, there is a body, there's no, I put it aside. I have to copy it from the, I think I put it to documents. Basic. Oh gosh, not with the Internet Explorer, please. Yeah, okay then. I just need a joint text. So joint, size. No, I have size. But size is a 1 point attribute. Okay, my fault. Back to this island. XML. The size actually is, no, that's the joint size, and it is 0.1. And what do we have again? The position, rotation, strength, type. I don't specify the type. I don't know if there's a default type, but what we need is a ball joint. A ball joint means, yeah, it's like a ball. If you connect two things to a ball, and this ball is can freely rotate around, you can freely rotate things around each other. So let's have a look if this is enough. Else I will just copy paste it. I will just copy paste it because I'm too stupid to make a single ball joint. Gosh, no. So copy paste is the best friend of everyone, and I have to learn to again to navigate in Notepad++ to the last file I opened. So joint tags. We don't need a tag right now. We have a position, and I want it to be 0, 0, 0. We have a rotation. I want it to be 0, 0, 0. We have a size, it's 0, 1. It's not a hinge, it's a ball, and it has a rotation strength of, I say, 0.1, telling you what it is right in a second. And I make a Vox box here with collide false, prop true, size, color, everything is okay. Name is joint visualizer, don't need a name here. And we have a look. We will have a look, and there it is. So this is our joint, and if everything works correctly, this joint has just connected the frame with the door right where it is here. So if I touch the door, as you can see, it sticks to this position. It's bound to the frame down here. And if I have no tool that's fine enough to just kick out this one voxel, but this door is, it's not a fine door, because that's not the way doors should work. So go away. But what we see is, where is this joint positioned? It's right in the center of this frame. Where do we want it to be positioned? So let's say I want to open the door in this direction. So it opens in this direction. I need the joint to be on this side. Two of them. One here and one there. So I need to go 1, 2, 3. I'm not counting the voxels, I'm counting the between the voxels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. With 6 I'm just at the rim of this border. That's okay. So 6 in this direction. That's where I will put the joint right now, and I think it is here, minus 6. Just have a quick look if this already worked. If so, it's in the lower left corner right now. It's not because I'm too stupid to count. 5. There it is, 5. 1, oh, I counted the one it was already. That's the 0 point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So this is okay, and I want it to be about here. Let's say here. So it goes up, again counting the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's say 4. I make it here. 4. 4 upwards. 0.4. There it is. And when I operate the door, you see it's connected to the hinge. It's almost a door, but not quite, because it's hanging around a bit, as you can see. So I need a second one, and I need it above this, about here. I go 4 from here upwards, so I go 4 from there downwards, counting again. I'm right now here. So it's, where am I? There on the dark thingy. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Copy, paste, adding 10, which is 1 meter. Restart. There you see I get 2 of them. And we have a door that can be operated, but we have a problem right now. You could say, okay, we're done. You can comment out or delete these vox boxes here, so you don't see them anymore. And you could see, wow, this works, and we're done. But no. Yeah, I can open the door right now. So make it open. Nice. Just to tell you what rod strength is, if I put it way up, saying 1 or 2, it's way harder to open the door. That's how hard it is to open the door. If I put it to 0, this door should be like a feather in the wind, like a sheet of paper. See, wow, and now we see this flickering here. See it? There. The door pushes into the frame. Most important thing to notice. I will have to put a mark on YouTube right at this point, because that's very important. If you join together 2 things with a joint, they are not able to collide with each other anymore. This door cannot collide with the frame in no way. So the problem is, this door, I can't make it that this door is not, see, swinging inside, swinging outside, or even swinging right into the frame. That's the problem. It's the rest is okay. That's all you need. The third component here is the house. The house blocks the door because the house is not connected with a joint. Important message. The house is never ever in this scenario connected with a joint to either the frame or the door. So the house is a collidable object and the door and the frames are a collidable object together. So they can collide with the house. So the door won't open. If I would have, and I will show you this now, if I would have skipped the frame and just connect the door to the house. To do this I have to move the door and all the joints. I show you with these fox points again. I have to move everything a bit left, a bit more to the left, like so. Yes, I can add collidable true to the joint, but that's not the way you should do it. That's not cool. It will hinder the door doing things and it won't work like a proper door. So this is a door too. See, I can open it. Why do I need a frame? Why did I have a frame? Remember I said they cannot collide? See what I mean? Two objects connected with joints cannot collide. You can't stop this door from ever spinning around through the wall. Just you need a third object, something that blocks the door. For example, you could, if you want to make it like that, you have to make a frame outside so the door collides with the frame. Now, so bump collided. But the better way is what I just showed you. Just connect the door to a frame, make them both join together with joints, and let the house be the blocker. So turning this back, I have my frame back, the door is back in the frame. And it goes outside, inside. So if you want to prevent the door to go inside, so just go outside, for example, you would have to make something so the door cannot go inside. You would need to provide a little stepstone here at this part. I can show you what I mean. You already know what I mean, I'm sure, but I show you anyway. Personal, because it's fast. And then going down to that corner there, so now free, and then being here, going into the model and adding, I take this and attach one voxel here. There is a frame, remember, this is just a frame, so I would need to add it there. I'm just saving it to show you what I mean. You could place a transparent voxel, but I haven't found one yet. If you can tell me what a transparent voxel looks like. Yeah, maybe 100% transparency, but I think it still breaks the light somehow. See, I just added this little thingy down there, and this prevents the door from going inside. Like that. Not quite the best approach. The better approach in this situation is, as you can see, the door is placed, if I close it a bit, like this. So just don't make the frame that wide, and let the house be the stopper at this point. I can also move this a bit forward. This is then a clipping thing, because it will clip through the frame and still stop the door, I think. There it is. Bam. Bam. Now the door can't go farther than this. But in general, do something more educated than that. Think about doing only half the frame, and the other part of the frame is in the house or something like this to prevent the door going inside, or just make this line up here so it is blocked by the house itself. But that's basically how you do the door. And you see, you have two hinges. The door works like intended. If I shoot one hinge, the other is still intact. And I don't have a sound here, which is very, very sad, because the sound is a very important feature at using of the joints. Where's the sound? Sound tag. Oh, come on. No example? I have to open the example file again, the one of Emil. Teardown, download. Then go to Trebuchet and open it in Explorer and then search for sound. Sound is vehicle sound. What was it? A joint can make a sound, I thought. There are the limits. Oh, I had it. Where is it? Sadly. Sound equals true. Thank you. Sound equals true. So simple. To make that squeaking sound, that's so important. Because this is a very good oiled door. We just had here. I don't have a rod strength. So it's very good oiled, indeed. No, just restart. Ah, there is it. So, and because I'm a lazy guy, I don't want to open the door by hand, I want to open with a rope to get this tutorial part done. I will just add a rope now to the door, which is not very useful and a bit silly, but I will do it. And then eventually I will connect the rope to, I don't know, maybe the box there or something like that. Just let's add a rope. For that I have to copy paste my own code, because nothing, no, property, rope, like that. There it is. So, a rope works like this. You go to the island. You go somewhere in here and you write rope. I'm gonna write it and explain it while I write what is already under there. How thick the rope should be is determined by the size tag. So the rope is size 1, we will see what that means. The color of the rope should be blue. So I need red, green, blue, full blue. The slack of the rope is, what was the slack of the rope? It's how hangy it is, how it I just show you. It's it's the slack of the rope. Don't know how to explain it. It's how far it goes down if you place it in a horizontal way. We will see that. A strength value, how much force I have to use to break it. If I set this to 1, I can't break it with the strength of the player. If I set rod strength to 1, I can't open the door with the strength of the player. It's essentially the same strength that applies here. So I will use 0.2 to make it a bit stronger. Then we have max stretch. As the name suggests, this is how long can you stretch the rope before it breaks. And then we have the position attribute, which tells us where to put the rope. At least where to put one part of the rope, the initial part, one side. So I want my rope to be, here another example, I can delete this joint because there's nothing in between, and can just make the backslash here. It's the same as above, as an out-commented voxbox in a joint. This is also empty, so I could write the same thing. For the rope, I want the rope to be connected to the door, and I know my door is connected, is here. And these coordinates, it's very important. These are in the center of the door at the bottom. It means what I just said, the center of the door at the bottom. This position, this little position down here is this. Because my door has 0, 0, 0. What I want now is to make the rope about here. So if this is 0, 0, 0, I go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I go to left 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 upwards, 4 to the right of the door. So I will use 9 upwards. And if I don't specify an x value, 9 is 0.9. If I don't specify an x value, it will be spawning inside the door, because the door, Magica Voxel, the door has size, a thickness of 2. Just using this and that. So it is in between where the rope will be connected. It's okay for me. It's 9 upwards, and I said it's 4 to the right. Let's see if that is okay. Then the rope has 2 location points where this rope is, at 0, 0, 0, which is essentially in the door, at 0, 9, 9, 9, relatively to these coordinates, 0, 0, 0, and another one sticking right out of the door, looking into the wild, I don't know, about -2. Let's see what happens. This is the second end of the rope. So if I go there, you see, there it is. It sticks just out of the door. This is the 0, 0, 0 part, right in the door. And this is the -2 part, sticking out of the door. I'm going to touch the rope, but I can't touch the rope. I can, I think I can make, sorry, I have to delete this. I think I can make the rope prop true. Not entirely sure if that's okay. No, this has no prop attribute because it. Oh yes, it has. It has. Okay. So if I move the door a bit, you see this point firmly connects completely the second position, completely into the sky. I can do that. I can make this rope being into the sky. So, into the air, thin air. So, let's do a thing with the slack to show you. I want to connect it to this tree. So, if this is 2, then about this is 4, and this is about 5, maybe 4.5. And if this is 2, then this is 4.5. So maybe we should do this at -4.5, going -4.5 in this direction, just to see what it connects. Remember or observe that the rope connects to whatever it touches. Not essentially because I have put it into the body here. That's not the point of the rope. Maybe that's the problem why the rope is not touchable. Indeed. I make a new body. I put the rope inside this body, so it's not connected to the door in the same body and the joints. And I put the body at the exact same position. So these are not connected to each other right now. And then you see right now, okay, this has not worked. I'm too far off, and I'm not far enough in. So I would go like 7, 2.5. Restarting. The search radius of the point is not changeable. I think it's the size value of the rope and the position. Not that I know of. Not entirely right. We still miss about 1 in the... is it X? No. 1 in this direction. The 2.5 was okay, I think. Okay, let's do this. See? It's loosened and it's broken. Same goes for here. If I destroy the whole door, it will get down. So that's a tricky thing about ropes. It will they stick to their points, and they will stick to them until the last thing they were connected with is broken. So you see, it's going down a bit because it's not that strong anymore, and now it's the strength is quite high. I want to show you this. Yes, this. Now I can pull this around. I should even be able to open the door. I had the length about 1.2, but I broke it before. Why? Because the strength here is... no, it should have opened the door, actually. Why didn't I make it stronger? I make it a bit stronger, and I make it not so stretchy. Doing it a 1. And the slack, I put it at 1 to show you the difference between a -1 slack and a 1 slack. There it is. There it is, our 1 slack. You see what a slack of 1 causes. Now it's absolutely not... the tension is gone. The tension is absolutely gone. If I put it on -1, it's very tense, but now the tension is completely gone. And if I pull this, the door should have opened by now a bit. Yeah. See, that's a hell of a door handle. But I can open the door, and more important, it sticks together through the ground. It has a spring value to, if I stretch it too much, it fires back. That's the slack. And if I just break the door here, I have connected the... that's not my object. I have connected the door to this object. Can have fun with ropes. Now you can make them bigger. You can make a size of 3. I could put the slack down to -1 again, and the strength is okay. I don't think I need a prop true attribute here. This was just a test. The thing is, I can add more locations. I could add a 3rd location to this. Just to show you the impact. Of the slack -1. It's very tense now. So, and if I break one side, essentially I break the rope. And it was thicker, you saw that. And let's add a value between that. Let's add it right in the half of it, or almost in the half of it, with -1, -5, and we put it way up in the sky with a 5. So it should build pyramid-like structure, and there you see, there it is. It goes way up there, but it does not come down because a rope, of course, has only 2 ends. It doesn't have 3 ends. If you want to connect more, then you need another rope. Each rope has to be defined on its own. So, where does that leave us? The last things to cover here, I think, is to talk a bit more about the joint at the door, because let's show you what happens if I just put one joint in there. And make this not a ball joint, but a prismatic joint, just to show you some joints and how they work. No, actually, to emphasize this, I will let it be a ball joint for a second. And show you it's only connected to one joint, and this is fully 360 degrees, round, robin, whatever you want. Right? I can turn it, I can break it, yeah, okay. In every direction, so this has no limitation whatsoever. So it's a round joint. If I put it here, it would dangle down. You can make some icy popsicles hang down maybe here, or some metal rods that make such a nice melody, a wind play. If I change it and I make it a hinge, and I should delete the rope for a second here, because it's not helping to emphasize what I want to say. If I delete it and open the door, you see I can bend it like that, and it snaps back. I can even push it, and it will... no, and it will snap back. More funny if I put the joint back in the center of the door. And make a hinge. There it is. See, it is a... That's what a hinge is doing. It's working in this direction only. Whoop, 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 whoop. This direction. Right now. And if I wanted to operate in another direction, I have to rotate the joint. So basically, if I rotate the joint around its y-axis, so about the axis pointing upwards, it will now swing in this direction, which will mean there shouldn't be a swing at all because the door is stuck into the frame. But you see what I mean. I can slightly use it in that direction. To show you a bit better what I mean, I will turn the door to rotation attribute, rotate it at 90, and go back. See? That's a hinge. And of course I can't, I have not only 90, I can use 45 too, or 20 or 10 to just rotate it in the direction I want to make a punching ball or whatever. See, now it's like this. That's a hinge. To use the hinge properly with the door, I put it back to where we started, and then I need to change it. I need to change it from, oh god, let's open Paint again to show you what I mean. If we were standing in the door, the first hinge was going towards us or back to us. It was swinging forth and back. If I turn it 90 degree around its y-axis, that's y. Yeah. If I turn it around, then it swings in this direction and in this direction, like this. So what I want the door to do is, I want to make it swing out and in. So how do I make it? The door, the standard is coming towards us and going back. So the first thing we notice here is we have to turn it. We have to turn it in this direction. It's a horrible picture. Okay, let me show you this way. It's going like this and that, inside, outside. So this is inside, this is outside. What I want is to go it in this direction and this. So I just have to take this, imagine this as a turned around U, and I have to turn it on the side. So, yeah, if looking in front of it, that's the U, like this, U, and I need to turn it like this. So this axis from here to there is the x-axis. So I need to rotate it around the x-axis. And that's the first parameter. 90 degree around the x-axis. Hinge is the basic of a catapult. For example, yes, you can do that. You can use a hinge for a catapult, of course. And now, you see, that's why Emil said it's not the best choice to use a hinge for a door. A hinge is more a catapult. And you see, it was that strong that it broke the door down there. So it clipped through. That's okay. But it will come back. And moreover, the strength of the joint will affect how hard it pushes. Where is it? Rotation strength of 1. Now I won't be able to operate it with 1. I think 3 is another choice that we can make. 3. Is that okay? Oh, it's already almost not operatable anymore. No. 2, maybe 2. Is the player strong enough to make it 0.2 rotation strength? Yes. And you see it snaps back way more hardly than before. Yeah. So that's a hinge is for doors you want to close immediately. Imagine a beer trap or something like that. You can make a trap with it, so it snaps. If you use a bit of lure code, it snaps together when the player comes. Think of a dungeon or I don't know, Tomb Raider style thingy. So you step on a plate and then suddenly the walls come crashing in or something like that. That's a hinge. You can use a hinge for that. And as you can see, you have to rotate the hinge to get it in the direction you want it. You have to think a bit in which direction you want to turn it, but once you have it, you can use it. So, my beloved joint is the prismatic one. A prismatic joint is so cool. I think it's prismatic, then ball, and then it's if I'm allowed to have favorite joints, then it's the prismatic at part 1. Oh, it's still rotated, right? No, I want to show you without rotation first. The third type of joints is the prismatic joint. And a prismatic joint is a rail. It moves along one axis. You can see it already. I can only move it along a certain axis. And if we make this right, I'll show you one thing. I will cut the door. I will erase those things from the door, make it smaller. Go back. Yes, it's still at the same position. Okay. And now I will cut the house on the island to make a proper sliding door. So going into here. The door is about in the center, but that's not... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We have the frame, and then exactly there's the door. Okay, so it's here. I'm using erase. I'm erasing... Where is my... Oh, I haven't turned it on. I haven't turned the gizmo on. And I will make enough space for the door to come in. I make it free. I deleted it, so if we look here, if we look here, we see there is a space in there. Press save. And again, the door cannot collide with the frame, so it will go right through. No clipping in the frame. And now I should be able to... Okay, it's a bit... Yeah, maybe... Okay, maybe I took everything off for the show. Like this. Why can't I? Does it have another side? No, it doesn't have. Okay, basically, we just move this a bit forward to show you what I mean. Let's make it 5.8. Could have worked. Right here, and then you can see I can move it along the axis. And it collides with everything that is not the door frame, like the grass. You see? And in another direction, maybe there's a tree there. No, yes, there's the tree. It's a way to make things floating around if you do it right. You can make just a small plate on the ground, put another thing up there, and it just floats around. Nice and easily. And even this has a rotation, a rod strength, and I think, joint, rod strength, rod spring, there it is, rod spring. We have another attribute here, which is rod spring. I would set it a bit higher, like the rod strength. I would set it to 1. I don't know if I can operate it with 1. I don't know, we will see. And essentially it can cut through things now. That's not what I wanted to show. The spring effect is would be better suited for the... Let's make this a 0.2 for the hinge. Hinge with rotational rod spring 3 should be very strong spring. See, it's not coming back. But wow, right? See how that bobs? That's the spring. Nice sound. Rod spring of say 0.1 causes this. I'm not even able to properly operate it now because it's not so springy, right? And the strength is high. So the higher the rod spring attribute is, the more wobbly it falls back at the hinge. It falls back into its original place. So if I go nuts and make it a 100, don't know if there's a max capacity for that. We have this. You see, you can use this as a jump board now. Kind of. Okay. Another thing was what I wanted to say. Right. Last thing to mention: limits. Limits. If I put the door hinge back on the right, if I have the hinge, I can limitate how far these thing can go. So if I do the rod spring, where do I do the rod strength at this, and I do the rod spring with, let's say, 1, and a limit of 0 and 1, means I can't pull it in one direction. I don't know in which. I think not to the front now, right? Right. I can pull it to the back a bit. Not very much. So 1. I can 1 degree maybe, right? 1 degree. I could say make it 45 degree. And see, it's not going in this direction, but it's going 45 in the other direction, but only 45. So I can limitate how far this goes. I can also do this with the prismatic. You have seen the prismatic is was just going out of the island, right side, left side of the island. I make it a 5 here, and the prismatic don't have degrees. It's not like something that has a degree. If I put prismatic 5 and 0, you see I can't pull it here because I have 0 to the right and I have 5 to the left. And 5 to the left is very far. It's but it suddenly stops here. 5. It can't go further. You shouldn't use 5 for such doors because, see, it's 10 wide, so it's 20 wide. So it's completely enough to make it a 2. So the door can't open wider than inside its frame. I'm such a stupid guy. It's a 1, of course. 1 times 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1 meters. So 1 meter. Bam. Bam. Slides open, shuts. Slides open, shuts. And remember, I told you about the rotation of the joints. If I rotate it around its x-axis, you may guess what happens. I can make it open up to above, but if I stop it, gravity works and it falls down and it bumps a bit. You see there's this bumping effect because of the gravity and the physics engine here. And it goes up 10 voxels 1 meter because I set the limit to be like that. If I wanted to go fully up, I would go for 2 because it's 20 high, and so I can make it move upwards. And of course I can, so damn, bam, bam, that's a prismatic hinge rotated on the x-axis of 90 degree, so it goes up down. And of course we can change this to 90 degrees on the y-axis too. That's the last axis we haven't covered yet. We had right-left movement, top-down movement, and there is another axis called front to back. See? But it can't go further than that. Imagine these are sheets of clothing hanging in some drying, in some shop where you can dry your clothes, and then they're hanging and you pull them aside, 1, 2, 3 aside and put them there. That's one thing. Or better thing to use this is, of course, make a lift. Some kind of lift or some kind of tram or a thing that moves from A to B in that direction. And when I say a lift, I can do not only 90 degrees, of course, we can do, let's say, 120 degrees, because a lift has to go upwards too and forwards. So we can now make it. No, 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 no. Much too aggressive. Much too aggressive. I'm so stupid. That's... Shouldn't have placed the door in the middle of grass. So, come on. It's now... Oh, that was the wrong direction, but it is... it's now going forward and sidewards. Nice. To make it go forward and upward, I need to turn it around again about 90 degrees on the x-axis. That's, if you can't imagine how to do it, just take an object in your hands that has a form of a box and write X, Z and Y on it, and then rotate it, and then try to figure out in which direction you need to rotate it. This will also work. And see, I need such an object because I'm a fool. I made it wrong. So in 90 degrees it goes forward, and I want to go it upwards as well. So I have 90 degrees and let's say 45 degrees. So it goes to the front and in an angle upwards. And this is basically what you need to do when you make a lift or something that should roll down. Yeah, I could make a car with this. I could make a car for a mine cart, for example, which can be operated. So you see, bum, it's there, and it works. Okay, so what do we have? We have the ball. Yeah, let's show you. What is a ball that is has a rod strength a limitation? What is the limitation of a ball hinge? Why should we limitate a ball hinge? What can we do? Because a ball can rotate in every direction. So what's the limitation here? And if I put it on, you see, despite now having the rod spring value, which we hadn't before, which makes this door very boinky boinky, there is no real limitation to where I can pull the door or put the door. I can put it in every direction because it's a ball joint. but it stays in direction, as you can see. I can kind of place it, but that's the spring. You see right here in action. I can place it somewhere, and it stays in place. If I do the rod spring with 0, to show you that. Yes, I'm on hinges right now. I was on hinges, and it's the end of the hinge thing. To show you, if you have a ball hinge, you can basically place objects in some way. So we can use this to make a mannequin, to make a body with arms on it. That wouldn't that be funny? If we just take a minute. We take the door. We make a new one. Go in there and make it a wood figure. And it looks like this. It's basically just a wooden box that has erased edges, so it looks a bit more round. This is the body, and what we need except the body is the arms. So let me call this body, and let me make an arm. Okay, bam, I'm in here. So let me make an arm. An arm can be just like that. Small box. Or maybe it's a 1 voxel arm. That's cool too. Yeah, let's just make it a simple arm part. So, and save that. And now go back to the XML file, and we make a new body. And we choose the door, because it's the door file I opened, and I would like to have a body, and I would like to have many arms. Arm parts. Let's start with 2 arm parts. If we have a body, the arm parts should be somewhere above the body. We position those right where the door is right now, and we put the door a bit back to the 3 or 2, was it? I don't know. And we are positioning the arms a bit above it. It has a height of 17. So let's make the arms at somewhat like 16. So, and 1 arm to the left, 1 arm to the right. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 wide. So let's go minus and plus 0.3. And actually that's important for wheels for cars too. If you are, let me show you this. If you are counting like me, you're counting it wrong. Because let's say you have something that is 4 voxels in width, and that's the center point, that's 0. And you want to add this block. Then, and you want add 1 here and add 1 here. What should the difference, what should the, how much do you have to move the block? Well, obviously this block is already at this position without doing anything. So this is position 0, 0 for the, or position 0, we are just on one axis here, 0 for the block. So I have to move it 1, 2 to be here. But I have to move it 1, 2, 3 to be here. And that's a problem when some of you build cars, that one wheel is stuck in here and there, but you one wheel is here and one wheel is there, because you have 2 and -2, and then wondering, well, it was a 4 A body that has 4 voxels, if I go 2 in one direction, 2 in the other direction, I should be at the end. But no, the voxel itself always counts in the positive direction. So you have to go 1 less into the positive direction than you have to go in the negative direction. And that's the error I just made, a mistake. I have to go -4 and +3 for the arm parts. If I go into that, it should properly fall apart, because I haven't... There it is. Where are my... Oh, there are my arms. They're in the model, because I haven't rotated them yet. That's true. I need to rotate them so they stick out a bit. And to rotate it in this direction, I need to use 90. This, I guess it's wrong. I guess it's the wrong direction. I will see it in a minute. Or better said, I will see it in 5 seconds. Yes! Go to sleep. It's way too... Where are those arms situated? Hello, arms. 1.6. Maybe a bit too high. No. Where are the arms? Is this one arm? No. Arm part. It's called arm part. Do we have... Oh, I called it arm part with a small lowercase p. No problem there. Going back, restarting, and making our mannequin coming alive. There are the arms. Okay, they are not so pretty. That's not the problem. Should make them bigger. So, but it's okay. It's okay for what I want to show. I need a joint, and this joint has to be right where the arm started. So it's about here, and I don't think I need a rotation at all, because I use a ball joint with a rod strength of 1, 2, and a rod spring of 0. That's exactly what I just showed you, and I will show the Vox box for a second to see if I positioned it right. I think there is a small misplacement there. Yeah. Right, it's not connected to the body. It's too wide outside. No, I think 3 is okay. Is it 3? I would see. We will see. So, and those are not properly typed too. So, that's okay, but that's exactly the wrong way. Not the body should be movable and the arms static. The arms should be movable and the body should be static. Right? What I did now. And now I can just make this antenna. Oh, do have to make it a bit more restricted. Do increase the rod strength, and I need a second join point for the other side. At plus. Is it 0.3 then? After my lecture about counting these right, it should be 3. Yes. So, and if I pull up the strength a bit to, let's say, should be 2. You can also say it's the... no, it's still rotating. So, yeah, it does not stay quite where I want it to stay. What is this rod spring? It's 0. Oh, it's 0. Maybe I should push it a bit up. But that's not even the right. So, strength 0.2. to make it a bit swingy. See, now you can kind of place these things. And again, if I switch the ball now to a hinge, which is catastrophic, I think, with limits. A hinge with limits? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe with limits. Then see, our good old friend, the hinge, will do everything to stay in place, and it sounds very funny. Now, wouldn't it be funny if the thing would also be glued to the ground a bit? I could glue it to the grass, so it makes the same decisions. Prop true. A bit deeper, not 10. We take 9.4, and we make another hinge right at the center of all of this. 0, 0, 0, with size 4. Or 4 is okay. 4, I think. Just to show that in the Vox box too. This should ground the mannequin somewhere there. Oh, it's not exactly where I want it to be, and it's a bit too deep. Maybe 6, and this is not exactly there. Minus this and minus that. I could do this at the end. Yes, I could, touching the custom mission I show on Discord. But first, I think I have to hinge this. Yeah, there's grass. I know there's grass. Okay, the whole invention goes a bit more in this direction, so the grass is not blocking us. Oh, this grass. A huge wooden thing, and the grass is blocking. Oh no, now it's stuck in again, so a bit higher. Okay, let's take it. I leave it at 10, where it was before. There it is. It's flying, and not so properly. Come on, 9.8, and this is where it is. This has to go down a bit. If it's size 4, it has to go down 0.2 to be in this center. Come on, connect it to the island. Is that connected to the island? Nice. As you can see, I have a limiter here. I put the limit beside, so I can move the thing along the hinge. I just used a hinge, and the hinge does this. What have I done? Oh my god! Okay, that's quite nice and stuff, and it rotates back. But let's show again the rotation spring value. If I make it way more springy, way more wobbly, and as if this is a very, very wobbly spring. Hello. Come on. Just stay still. He can't stay still. He is springy. Yeah, I hear you. I can up I can push up the rotational strength and set the string back to 1, the spring. And that's basically the rotational strength is how strong it pushes back when you pull it out. So let's say we have no spring, it doesn't wobble anymore. I can build a thing like a punching ball, maybe that's very aggressively coming up again if I pull it down. So pull it down, yes, and then okay, I pushed it over the edge. Did I make it 0 spring? That's not good. It has to be a bit springy at last. Because the rotation strength should... Okay, it's too high. Oh, it's the wrong direction. Not 1. 0.1 should be correct, right? So I can pull it way more back. I need not... Yes, right. That's the rotational strength is how much it resists of pulling. See, it comes back. So it's a huge object. So it's and I can even pull this. And it's the size of 0.4. That's what makes it a bit clunky at the moment. What happens with a rotational spring of 1 and a rod strength of 0? So 0 rod strength means this thing is based, it's grounded on a ball. It can't, as you see, it's just grounded on a ball. There is no strength whatsoever in this hinge that prevents it from falling down. So basically you have to watch out for the right values for both of this. A rod strength of 2, as I did right now, should make it impossible for me to get it away from wherever it is. Except see, that's the spring of 2. Do a spring of 100 just to see it wobble even more. So, that's the hinge. The hinge is used for these parts. As I said before, the hinge can be used to make catapults or things like that, and you can rotate it in every direction. So the hinge can go upwards, downwards, and wherever you want it. The mannequin, I think the mannequin would be funny if we take the prismatic here and turn it upwards. So we can let it be that way. The prismatic is, as I told you before, is as if I would put it on rails. I just put it on a rail. As you can see, it's rail. It rails. Goodbye. Oh, okay. Come back. Oh, goodbye. Ah, there it touches. You may wonder why the grass can't stop it. The grass can't stop it, but the tree can. Why is that so? The grass is connected to the ground, as you can see here, where this mannequin is connected to also. So there is no collision possible between two joints. So this mannequin cannot collide with the grass. It cannot, because the grass is part of the ground and it's connected to the ground, and things do not interact with each other if they are joined together. However, it is somehow not connected to some parts of the tree here, which makes me wonder why. It must be a magic carboxyl thing. And you see, it's very oiled. The track is very oiled, and if we make a limit like before, saying -2 to 2, it can't walk that far away from the center of its origin. See? Bam, bam, bam. Not working. So I pull it, I push it, bam, comes back. I limited the radius, not the radius, I limited the 2 meters in each direction now. And if I make it 0, 2 and rotate it in the right direction, which should be minus 90, or clockwise or anti-clockwise on X. Oh, I think minus. Let's see. Let's see if that's right. If I rotate this hinge minus, it won't go from left to right on the x-axis. The x-axis is actually the axis I'm just looking at. Forward, backward in this direction. And I just turned it 90 degrees. So what happens is this. I turn this axis like this, 90 degrees downwards. And so we now have something that goes upwards. As I showed before with the door, that is still have its ball hinge attached. It's very restrictive ball hinge. You can make doors that slide upwards and downwards that way. And that's all XML. We haven't coded one line of Lua in this tutorial. And it's very late now, and I think I will do it in the next video, in the next stream, to show you actually how to affect the motor of this. This is the motor. And to tell him, move this thing up to here, and then move it down. Because what you see here is the prototype of an elevator. It goes up, it goes down. And that it comes down again, because of the gravity, is it's just because it's touchable. And if we make it not touchable, we can not dynamic, we can push it upwards without letting it fall down. So this would be the base plate of an elevator going upwards, and we still have these nice little ears on the mannequin to rotate and move. And as I showed before, you can combine this with ropes. You could bend something on this, and if it goes upwards, it would pull everything with it. That's a nice little thing to do. Now I will stop with joints. This was a very long part with joints, but I hope I could show you some useful applications for the joints. I will go back to the main menu and I show you my basic level. I hope it's the right basic level. As you see, it starts with the grandparents. This is actually a haste mission to make a smart preview of what I want to show you in the next tutorials. As you can see, I modded everything here. Here it reads the grandparents. Your grandparents vanished yesterday. What are your grandparents up to? Find it out. You have an escape vehicle. It's green and it's right there. You have your own position. You have the hut, and if you click it, you will see a hut icon with a hut image with a text, Gram's secret hut. Who knows what valuables are in there. You have Grandma's recipe book as the primary target, which is a screenshot from Magica Voxel. You see here from the book I made. This recipes of Grandpa Lucula. Some of the most valuable recipes of the world has ever known are hidden inside this epic item. Grab it, but beware, it's dangerous. And we have Gram's old computer. A valuable Comrade 64. If we can find a floppy disk or data band, we can see what Grams is up to. We have not obtained a required or an optional item yet, but we can do so. We can go to either of the ones, and I will start with this, because I changed it to the roof. This is Grandma's book. I show you what I can do with it. I can just pick it to start the alarm, or I can swing it a bit around to make the rope do its work. So, and just like in the haste missions, this rope has a as I showed you in the other rope example here. Just play back until it comes. Where's my rope? Come back. Okay, oh yeah, I started the rope before I put all this together. Hint, 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 there is it. The rope. And the rope has a max stretch value as well as a strength value. And the max stretch value tells me how far I can pull it away. And the max stretch, the strength value says how much strength I need to actually break the rope. So let's have a look at the actual XML of the basic level we have here. And where is the rope? The rope is here. We have the book Vox, and inside the book Vox, I didn't have to do it this way, but it's but in the Lua code I need to know to which Vox to which shape it's connected. I didn't have to put it here, but I did it. So I can stretch it 1.2 above its length, and I need a strength of 0.2. That's okay. If I put it to 1, I can't break it at all. That's not possible. A slack of -1 means it's very, very tense. Very tense. If I put it to 1, it's very it's lazy? No, what's the other way around? Not tense. So we have this rope. I don't know if I can shoot it. I actually haven't tried to shoot it. You can't shoot them, the ropes. But I can break it. I can take it. And a custom music plays at this. No, not aborting the mission. Not that bad. But if I'm aborting the mission, you see where I'm at. I'm in the headquarters right now. That's where I started with the create level, and I will get back to the headquarters once I've done the mission. That is a nice effect, and I can use this to even chain some levels together, to, make another level after that. So what I actually wanted to show you here is that with a rope strength of 0.2, multiple things will happen now. I will pull this item until the rope breaks, but the Lua code is the one that makes the rope vanish. I show you what I mean. I break it, and it's gone. It's gone. Let's have a quick look at the Lua code for this. Here I say, find the book shape. What is the book shape? The book shape is something called book, and it's a shape. So that a book shape in the text. So it's this Vox file. It's the book. It's Grandma's recipe book. This is here, and it connects to the ropes. So I say, find me that book. Find me this book. Okay, no problem. It's there. If the book is there, how can it not be there? I show you. Now it's gone. I picked it up. I make it pickable. And if I pick it up, it's gone. So I can't find it anymore. Find shape, book shape would never deliver something once I picked it up. Because when I pick it up, I delete it. And if it's deleted, the object is gone. It's far away. It's not in the object graph of the scene anymore, and find shape can't find it anymore. So if the book is there and I haven't picked it up yet, then get the joints connected to the book, to the shape, which is called book, which is the book shape. Which joints are connected? A bit irritating because there is no joint, just a rope, but a rope essentially is a joint. It's joined via the locations to the book. At this location it is joined to the book. At this location it is joined to the roof. So if I say get the joint, then I will get the joint at this location at 0.01, and I will have essentially, wait a minute, restart mission, can show you. Essentially what I have in the Lua code right now is get the book and get the joint to the rope. This is this part right here on top. There is an invisible joint right here. And this is what I have in my Lua code and at this point. Get joints connected to the shape. If the get joint type of disjoint's first element, there will be two joints connected, one at the ceiling and one at the book. But the joints connected to the book is only one. There is no second join here in there. If I would connect more ropes than one to the book, then the joints could be more than one. Here we always have one. And if the type of this joint is 4, which is the number for a rope joint. So if this joint is a rope joint, so if this book is hanging on a rope, and is joint broken, so if this joint is broken, which happens if we pull it out, then do two things. First, start the alarm. We've seen this. Alarm started. Second thing, delete the joint. Now, why do I delete the joint? I show you. I show you what happens if I don't. I won't start the alarm now, and I won't delete the joint. What happens if I do not delete the joint? Listen carefully, or look carefully. Maybe I should save before I restart the machine. Grab it, pull it. See this? Wow, nice. A nice little red rubber band. I broke it. That's what the code says. Is joint broken? Yes. The joint is broken because the joint is attached to the roof also, and it counts as one joint. The whole rope is a joint, if you want so. So when I say this is the joint and pointing at the book where the book and the rope are intersecting, it's not quite right. It's the whole rubber band is the joint, and it's broken right now because I pulled it from the roof. But as you can see, it's not gone. It's just detached. And yes, okay, I could have it like this all the time and then pick the item up. And then there is the rubber band laying around. But to make it more realistic, no, not realistic. This is realistic. To make it more unrealistic, but to not have to carry around this rope or laying around this rope, I delete the rope. It's in a way like it is in the game, in a campaign mode, but I think there the rope will be left at the alarm box. I haven't yet found out how to make the rope, if I stretch it too far, to be connected to the roof instead of the book. I will find that out, but I haven't yet. So I can even make the rope bigger, of course, with a rope size of 3. And that's basic application for ropes, how you can use them, despite you can use them in any case of connecting wires from bridges or whatever you do there in Discord. It's very cool to see what you do there. And you see there, that's the spring value, the stretch value. It works and it breaks. So to complete the mission, this would be enough, but I pick up this also. And then eventually I go in there. That's not perfect right now. He's not going into the car, the car's driving away like in campaign mode. I'm working on this. It's easy to do, but it needs a bit of configuration. I haven't done the configuration yet. As you can see, it points the path. It has the ending screen. It just looks like a haste mission. So how did I make that? How did I make it look like a haste mission? Let's have a look at the Lua code. First of all, I set the game level ID to custom. Why? What is this? Why? What should I do? Why should I do this? Set a level ID to custom. To show you why I do this, we go into the haste Lua. No, not in the haste Lua. We go into the hut Lua. Hut map. I need map. Sorry. I'm confused. We're going to Teardown, data, script, map. Map. Was it here? No. It must be here somewhere. Main lure? Where's the map lure? Where is it? Am I stupid? There was a map, right? There was a map lure. There is map lure. Where is it? Data UI. Oh, I'm so stupid. It's the UI, of course. The map that is shown here. This map is configured in the map lure. It's a huge file where all of the magic happens. All the little dots are drawn and the texts are built, and eventually in the basic XML I import it. I do not import it because it's imported via the UI, right? It's already there, so you don't have to do anything to make such a nice map. I can even delete the heist lure, just have a main lure and a basic lure, and then restart the mission. And what you can see is the map still works. So the map is in the map.lua and has nothing to do with the haste lure. The haste lure is necessary for, you guessed it, things like that. Nothing happens. Counter of 0. I can't touch the book. It still says this recipes of Grandma Löckel, but it's not doing anything. Therefore I need the haste. But let's focus on the map. How can you make the map? So I read the map lure closely, and where is it? It was just there. Oh, I jumped over it again. Oh, I hated to search for the things. Map lure. There is it. The map lure. And if we read the map lure, we have interesting things. We have escape vehicle here and target. And this is what caused my what caught my attention is he says find bodies target. So the first thing I did is try that out. I make a body and I give it a tag target. And when you make a body and give it a tag target and a position, like 100 0 100, and you go back into the game. We started in mission. Then we have a target suddenly there at 100 100. That's it. It's nothing more. You just include a body. You have to include nothing here. Nothing of this. Not haste, not level. I'm not even sure if you need a main lure. The main lure is for the toolbar. No, not even that. You need nothing like that. You just need a body with the tag target, and you have, ta-da, you have a target in your map. Try it out. I can show you in the where is my island? Island XML. There it is. I make a body, I make a target, and I switch to main menu. Go to the island. Press that. There is it. Target 100 100. Perfect. Now, peculiar thing. It's called target. I don't want it to call. I don't want this to be named target. So how can I rename it? Going back to the map lure. We're seeing if there is a target. It finds the body targets. It iterates over all the targets, and then it says get value target is not cleared. Interesting. So what happens if I add cleared to that target, and then restart the map. So there is a tag that is cleared. I go to this and nothing happens. Basically no change at all. What happens if I put it away? Again, just target. I'm clicking on it, nothing happens. So it's, from this perspective, it just doesn't make anything, changed anything. But if it's not cleared, then something happens. Because if there's another tag, hidden, and if it's not no list, so you can have hidden targets. That's interesting. Trying out what happens if I add hidden to the target. What will that be? See? It's still there, but you don't have the point. You don't have the point on the map, and you don't have the point here. You don't know where it is, you just have a target. That's nice. It's like a treasure hunt. That's cool for my treasure hunt system I want to try. Nice, but I want to have a target. The thing is, I don't want to have it named just target. I want it to have a name. So how is it going on from here? Local words is split string get description of the target. Get description. So somehow the body has a description tag. Now, what I tried is to write description test. Then I entered the game, pressed this, and I realized nothing changed. Okay, I removed the hidden, so I have the point back, but nothing changed. So what is description? Then I realized another thing. Pos. And where's the other thing? Where's prop? This is pos. Then there we have somewhere we have prop. So what is the best abbreviation for description? Maybe desk. If I change it to desk, not description, I make desk. And it's still target. So, what is the problem here? Coming back to the map, it says if split the string description by semicolon. And if words 2, so if it has one word and another word separated by a semicolon, then target name is words 2, else target name is nothing. So what, just if it has a semicolon and another thing, it would change the name? Is it like that? So if I write test 2, does that do anything? It does. Test 2. So I have to change this. I have to make a word, then a semicolon, then something like that. It says a big fish, because it's in the middle of the ocean. It's a big fish. So if I have the big fish and restart, nothing special you would expect it. You see the big fish. There it is. Again, I did nothing more than adding a body tag to the island. There was nothing here. I can delete everything and this would work. Just this little thing. I don't need one script. Nothing. I don't need nothing. Just that. Body, text, target, description, test, big fish, and a position to make the bubble appear. Nice. But is this the only thing I can write in this semicolon separated thing? And looking further, I see it now gets the transform of the position. That's the position, and saves that. And then it says words 1 is the description. The description is the first thing. So the first thing I wrote, test, is the description of the thing. But why doesn't the description appear? Where is the description? If I click here, I have no description. I don't see the description. So I asked myself, what is this description? And to do this, I actually need to attach some kind of body to it to show you. If I add a Vox model into it, I had a box here somewhere. There. If I add this Vox model, not at this position, but at this position where it is already. So I will remove the position here, make there a position, and I will delete this box. So this box, after the restart, is my target. It's not a big fish anymore, but it's right here. It's the target, as you can see. Big fish. So, but where's the description? Where is it? There is it. It appears when looking at the target. To prove that, I can change it, of course. In there is a big fish, small f, because it's a big box, and a big box contains a big fish. So, in there is a big fish. Wow, I just did this, right? I just added a description tag to it. So, without further looking into the map Lua, I added some more words like blob, blah, and blip, just to see if something happens. Just to be curious. Okay, 2 were alright, and I looked into this, clicked here, and you see in there is a big fish, bloop. Wow, so bloop is the text I see when I click it. So I could say it's the description, the further description of this object. So I say this fish was caught inches ago. Nice, but what are the other twos? And we see a strange racing flag here. This is a placeholder. So what can I do to replace the placeholder? Looking back into the map, I see the third word is the info. I already had that. That's the info. It reads bloop here. That's the info parameter. And the fourth is an image laying on the HUD target combined with the word. So if this is an image laying on the HUD target, I can create anything and put it there, right? So I make a big wide thing, test, then I go to the create folder, no, not the create folder, I go to the UI folder, to the HUD, and not tutorial, target, and I call it test PNG, and then I go back to my XML file of the island, and I add test.png, and then I restart it. See, I got my picture. I got whatever I like. This picture, or maybe I want the castanet PNG, then I would write castanet PNG, which is a very big fish, but not caught ages ago. See, there, in there is a big fish. Oop, no. And there is it. So just make a screenshot from whatever object you have a Magica voxel. The background is about the same color, and if you don't like it, you can use a tool like GIMP or another tool to further work on the image to make it look better. So we have a target, we have a description, and we have an image. Is there something more in there? Can we add a fifth parameter? And sadly, no, there is no fifth parameter. It wouldn't do anything, but it's the question if it has a tag optional. So what happens if I add the tag optional? You may guess it. It's a white point now. It's optional. It's not required anymore. It's not a required target, it's an optional target. So that's the way you make optional targets. Copy, paste it, one is optional, and the other one, we make another box, we put the box above the other box. It's 10, or maybe, what, by 20? No, 11, no, yes, maybe. We will see. So, in there's a big fish, in there is a big fish too, it seems. Which is a great idea because I can't see dots anymore. 9, 4, minus 4 to have a bit more to see on the map. Right, so this is the big fish box 1, this is the big fish box 2, and I can write other things in there. I can change the text here to make the optional target have another text than the required target. Nice! All that with tags. I didn't do anything else than writing tags. Anything else in the map lure. So we have secondary, primary. If it's optional or not optional, that's okay. The target name is item. If the target name is empty. If the description of map is triggered. What? We were at target. What is map? Okay, let's find out. Map seems to be exactly the same thing. It has a 1, 3, it has an image, a word, a description. The only difference is it has map instead of target. So, what do? We go to where is it? Where's my island? There. We go to the island. We name this, we take this and write 100, 0, 100 to be on the water again. And we don't write target optional, we write map. We just write map. Again, nothing more to do than writing one tag here and maybe closing it so it's valid. And restarting. So what happens? We have our primary target, our secondary target, and we have a location. Despite our location, we have a new location. Locations can't be required or optional, it's just a location. And you can make a photo and put a bit of text to it, just as I made in the basic level. I just made the same 3 objects. I made a primary target, which is Granny's cookbook. I made Graham's computer the secondary target, the optional target, and I made the hut, which has a screenshot, essentially, from the hut attached to it, which I have placed in this folder. Where's the hut? The hut. It must be hut. Here's the hut picture. This image is this image. And where's the computer? Here's the computer. And there is the book. These are the images I used to make the level. So the difference is here we have required and optional down here. But we don't have it here. Next thing, I can't do anything with this. I can't destroy it. And they're still on the map. Because on the map is just a location, but I can completely destroy it. There is nothing to do with it. I can't collect it. I can't win the game. I can't win this map in some case. So I wondered, what do I have to do to win this? And yeah, to make this a winnable map, I need the haste. The haste lure. So I'll just quickly copy it from the basic XML and put the haste lure in the island XML. How do I know I need the haste lure? Because I read the haste lure and I read things that were very interesting in there. For example, I will show you this. Recognizing this, I can pick it up now just by importing the haste lure. Why is that? Why can I pick the thing up just because I imported the haste lure. This is the haste lure, and it starts with find body targets. Wow, that's the same thing the map did. It searches for targets, so it's connected. No wonder it's connected, because the game is based on this kind of gameplay. So I have the targets here, and it's as it says, if it has an optional target, it counts up some variable, counting the secondary targets, counting the primary targets, and if it is a target, and it has no text to the target, then set the target interact and set tag target. The target is a body. You remember, it's the body from the XML. If I set a tag interact on it, I can interact with it. Is that possible even without the haste lure file? I just write interact and then I can interact with that. Let's try that. I just write interact here. Looking at that, I can interact with it. Oh, nothing happens. I'm pressing E here. You might hear it. Nothing happens. But I have the option to pick it up. It's shown. So all that's necessary to have this pop-up saying pick me up or something like that is to have an interact value right here. Right now I have no idea how to change the text in here. It might be interact test, but I don't think that's possible. We can try that. I never tried that before. No, it breaks the... No, it didn't. It worked. Nice. But how do I make a text that is... Can I make single quotes? Test this. First time. You're live with me. The first time I try to make single quotes on this. No, it's a single quote test. Okay, that's not the point. How to do it? Can I put it in? I guess it's all wrong. You can do it via Lua code. I know that. And I think there might be a possibility to do it here, but I don't know how. Maybe with the underscore that is deleted afterwards or something like that. I think there is a special symbol. Maybe even... yeah, you can use an underscore for now, but there will be a special syntax or symbol to prevent this. This is a HTML. No, you wouldn't have used HTML. You're a C++ programmer. Yeah, I know it. I knew it. Yeah, maybe there are others. You could have this, which is the notation for a white space character, and it's also not working. That's absolutely okay, because we don't have to set the interact things when we add the haste script. That's what I just told you. Just add the haste script from the... Where is my... Again, where is it? It's the island. And where's the basic? Basic is here. Just add the haste script. And if you do so, you don't only have this pick up target symbol. I press E and it picks up the target, and it actually marks the optional target as picked up. And now I have here the required target, and I pick it up. Can I pick it up? I can, and there it is. Mission complete. I've won the mission, but nothing happens. But it's not the problem. See, no target left. All targets acquired. Finally, they are removed from the map and removed from the from this too. Even if they weren't removed when I destroyed this. So there are some things to do. First of all, it reads custom level. This is a custom level provided with source files. You play with mode with the same tools you have unlocked in the campaign. I want to change that text. That would be great to change the text. So where is that text coming from? Let's have a look. Custom level, it says. So if you do a full text search on the files, which you can do with Notepad by doing custom level, for example, then you say search in files in Teardown data, for example, searching only Lua files and searching them all, you will find it. It's the HUD Lua. In the HUD Lua, there is this text, and thank you, dear developers of Teardown, for this line of code. If it is a create level, this is my text. If it is a create level, then always write this. So there is no chance whatsoever to change that text as long as your map is under the create folder, which it must be to be found for the creations. Anyways, the other options are you have no mission ID, whatever a mission ID is. We don't have seen that yet. Then it would read mission title, mission description only available, blah, blah, blah. You could have the substring hub before your mission ID. Again, a mission ID. Then it would say local teardown services, family-owned demolition company and your home base. Or you could have the word about before it. Then it would read nothing at all. Else, it checks if the primary and secondary counts are met, the required counts if those things are summing up. If not, if you do have not enough primary and secondary targets marked, then it would throw a warning. And for all sandbox levels, just if you hit the tab button, it says free roam sandbox, play with unlimited resources. So I changed this to custom blob level. Go back here, restart, and see if that is the code we're looking for. And it is the code we're looking for. It's exactly the part of the file we need. But I don't want to determine this here. I don't want to change that because it would be changed for all my maps. So what can I do to make it another map? Basically, because of this part, I can do nothing because every create map will have this text. I can't change it anywhere. So what I did is I said, okay, if it is a create map, but its mission ID, which seems to be a global string caught in game.levelID, a thing I can set from another script. It says get string, so it has a set string too, and I can change that. And if the game level ID variable stored in gmission ID is not custom, then they should show this stuff. So if it is custom, they won't show it here. They will fall through. Look at this, and it's custom, so it's not empty. No. Then if it starts with hub, no, it don't start with hub. Then it goes to about. No, it doesn't start with about. Then it's sandbox mode for E in number of sandbox. So what is G sandbox? G sandbox is nowhere to see in here. Nowhere. And it doesn't matter because it is in sandbox mode too. So where do I end up when I do have no G missions here? Because G missions is a global variable, a map. And where is this? I just can't find any place where this could be. So I'm looking again for G missions over all files because it's not defined up there. And I find this, the missions lure. Of course, there is a missions lure. And before I added this, there was the mall, Lee computers, Lee safe, Lee login with all the little texts and security titles and security descriptions, primary, secondary, and required targets. And I thought, okay, I put my own mission in here. I put a mission in here and call it custom. And the level, it says, is mall. I didn't change that. I don't know why. The file is mall intro XML. Okay, maybe. Let's do it. Let's have the mall intro XML. The layers are mall intro. Oh, Okay, so may it be, I don't know what it is, let it be. The title is The Grandparents. And what shall I say? There is the title, The Grandparents. I can say The Grandparents 2 in this file. We are in the missions Lua. Restart the mission. And it says The Grandparents 2. Perfect. So I defined everything here. I said it's one primary, it's one secondary, one is required. There's no bonus here. And your grandparents vanished yesterday. What are your grandparents about to find out is the text right up here. So the only thing is how should the Hatlua know to look for my level when it says it's not allowed to look anyways if it's a create level? If the level path, which is another thing, game level path, contains data level create. So we not only know that we can place levels wherever we want on our PC, because I can just add game level path and write CW and CW, yes, C, just a path somewhere on my hard drive. And if this level path is like this, then it would always print that. So I said, no, do it just when the G mission ID is not custom. So how in earth do I make him believe that I'm in the mission custom or grandpa? I can call it grandpa, and I just need to change it here. But how on earth do he know he's here? That's where my own script comes in. So far in the island XML, we didn't need much more than the haste lure and the main lure. That can't be all because we need the, where is it? For my basic map here, you see I have a basic lure. I've written a lure file. You see it here. And the first thing I showed you before, the first thing here is set game level ID custom. Now I just changed that. I just changed custom to grandpa, if I'm correct. Where is it again? Here. No, grandpa. So it shouldn't work anymore. It shouldn't work right now because I changed custom to grandpa. Let's have a look what happens. Custom level, blah blah blah. We are in this if case of the hut lure. We are just in there because it's not grandpa. So I go back to my basic lure. I say set a level ID to grandpa, and this closes the circle one thing around, and now it has the text and everything. Some things to do. As I showed you, I can just pick up on the island level. I can just pick up all the objects and nothing happens. There is a small text that says target cleared, mission complete. But I'm here. Nothing happens. Game's not ended. I don't see my path rendered that I took. Alarm didn't go off. Therefore, in my other map, I made some changes. I said, okay, I don't need this HUD notification entertaining thing. I do not need a tram joint. I do not need a mouse press type. That is all from another level, but I need this. If the number of find bodies, that's very tricky. If the number of find bodies called targets is smaller than 2, then set the level alarm to true. What does that mean? That means if I pick up an item in my level, right? I have 2 bodies in my basic level called target. I have the computer from grandpa lying there, and I have the cookbook from grandma. in there. So these are 2 targets. If I pick one up, there's just 1 body left. So if I get the number, this is the, you write this to say how many bodies named target are there. Then you write this hashtag. Find bodies target true. If this is smaller than the 2 I expect, smaller than the PC and the book, set off the alarm. That's what causing the alarm to go off right now. That's one thing that causes the alarm to go off. Another thing is breaking the rope. I'll show you that in a moment. The joint movement belongs to another level, so this is all not necessary. Yes, this is all part of another map. Even the joint motor for the tram. I had a tram with motor. So interact, entertain me with the entertainment. Oh, don't need that. So don't need that. This is basically all I need. This is a string that says load the level grandpa, so the HUD can say show this text except the level is grandpa, so I can go to the missions lure and write my own grandpa level by copying another one, naming it grandpa, and changing just what I want to change, the grandparents and this. Layers, file and level are the same. I think level is interesting for safe games, layer maybe too, don't know. And file is basically the XML file where the XML file I have as basic XML, but I didn't change it, and it wasn't bad. It turned out I don't need to change that now because I haven't found the point where this is important right now. It will come. So I changed the text, I copied that, I changed the text, and I made grandpa, and then it worked. It worked because I put it in the basic lure at the beginning. Next thing, I added an escape vehicle. How do I know there is I had to name it escape vehicle? Because, of course, I found the word in a file. And I found it in the alarm chopper lure. I found it in the escape lure. And thought that is very interesting. In the escape lure, you have find body escape vehicle, and you can make it interact. You make it null. I don't have this right now. Have to check what it does. Don't know right now. And yeah, it's interactable. Mine is interactable too because I wrote this in the Lua file here. I said set tag, find body escape vehicle, interact, complete the mission before you leave. This means when I start the mission, when the mission starts and nothing happens and I look at the car, there is complete the mission before you leave, and I cannot do anything with it. But if the level is complete, then the escape vehicle text changes to let's run. Okay, let us have a quick look if that works. So, level is not complete yet. It is. I had the required object because it's enough to complete the level. If I take the computer first, it wouldn't be enough. Now I have to catch the Now the mission is complete. See there, it said mission complete. So, how does this thing determine that the mission is complete? Well, for all I know, if I complete the mission, it tells me mission complete. So what do? I search for the words mission complete. in the files, and I find it in the HUD lure. And the HUD lure says, if required taken is required and required taken da da da, then mission complete. And okay, that's nice, but it's not what I needed. I needed a way to see if the mission is really completed, or if it's not. So I searched the whole file, and luckily I found it in the haste lure. There it is, right at the end. Set pool level complete. And it's not complete while you don't have any items. So there is a bool variable set if the level is complete. Perfect. I take that. I take that bool variable and say if the level is complete. I do exactly the same thing. I say if the bool variable holds true, level is complete, then I activate my escape vehicle with the word let's run. Interesting thing here is I do not do anything else. I do not say end the mission, right? Because when I hit it, when it says run, then the mission is over. Suddenly the melody plays, the other melody, the win melody plays, and the level is over. And that's here. That's this line. If I operate the escape vehicle and the level is complete, then I set the level state to win. Another very important thing. How do I know I have to set the level state variable to win? Because I've read it before in another script. I read it in the escape again. Because it says get the level state, and if the state is win or fail, then do things. And here it says if the drive away, if the level state is win, then the speed is 0 and the escape can drive your car away. I haven't done that yet. I will do that, so the car drives away once you entered it, but it tells me if I win, it plays a sound and the game is over. So I looked for the haste lure again, looked where there is the level state, and it said if the state win, then play the music win, else play the music fail. It can also be over if you fail by the time limits or something like that. So in the end, you win the game if this is the level state win. Therefore, I just set it to win the moment I have the level completed and I enter the car. So this is my condition. I could have done anything here. I could have said if the most important thing is this, if the level is complete. If level complete and something else, then I have won. If I walk into a target area, if I put something in the water, if I burn something, if I break something, if I trigger a button, yeah, maybe I'm going into some object with a button and I press the button. Regardless, or if I wait 2 minutes, if I survive 2 minutes, an attack of spiders, I don't know, yeah, that's ridiculous, spiders in this game, then I would win. Okay, and the last part I covered at the beginning of this, if I pick the rope and the joint breaks, I set the alarm off and delete the joints. So, what do you need to make a haste game? You need a simple haste game. It's not the end, because the car doesn't drive away. I could include the chopper right now, which is not the case. You see, there is no chopper if I start it. There's no alarm chopper here. I'm curious. I'm curious if it is that simple to add the alarm chopper. I haven't tried it before. But I think if I just go here to the script folder and wow, chopper or chase chopper, I choose the chase chopper. maybe then the chopper, if I add the chase chopper. Two-piece, chase chopper, chopper, lure. So what happens? We will see. Does it suddenly spawn a chase chopper? I don't believe it. Because I have no chopper anymore. It cannot. Because it certainly needs a chopper to chase me. And I don't have this chopper. So let's have a look in the chase chopper. It needs a chopper, it needs a main rotor, it needs a tail rotor, but maybe it's okay to have a chopper. So why not making a small chopper? Basic lure, basic XML. We go to the basic XML and then that's not important. We make a block. We make it 10 high. That's essentially a house. We call it chopper. Don't know if this works. I don't think that works. Because it's an instance. I don't think the instance works. There's my chopper. I don't think he's following me right now. No, it's not even a body. No, ridiculous. It's not a body. So, I need something else. I need the book. So here. There is a book and a body around it. Do we take the computer? I take the computer. Another computer. Wait. There it is. Another computer. It's dynamic. It's a chopper. Reading chopper with 2 P's, I think. Right. Yes. And it is where the other is too, but a bit higher. And it has no description. Don't need a description because it's not a target anymore. It's just a Commodore flying around. Don't know if I like this, but it's okay. What's the name of the house? The name of the house in the basic menu is basic. Pickup! Nice! Yes. Flying pickup. Nothing better than a flying pickup. Let's check. I don't think it works because this chopper up there is nope, this is not a good chopper. It's just a car. It was just a try. That's how I do it. I just play around with it. I could have just read the what about chopper itself? It has a main rotor, it has a light, it has a chopper loop. So chopper body, then it has an angle, a transform. In the chopper tick method, the chopper init method. Okay, there is no tick method in there. This has the common lure, it has a speed. Then we have the chopper, which is raycast reject body secant player. No, where is he moving? Nope. Yes. This changes the position of a chopper, but I think by not providing a rotor and tail rotor, some lights and things like that, I think that is a no-go for the chopper to work. Oh, actually, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm going to end this by telling you it's not over. I will make another video tutorial is a bit a strong word for a thing that is that long. Maybe I should write a tutorial for you too. But I will pin out the best scenes to how to do hinges, how to do a door, and yeah, how I made my mission. Thank you in the chat. Good job for finding all this. I'm sure you post this many people will make so many cool things. I hope it too. At least you can make some basic haste levels now and use hinges and joints of all kinds. If there are questions, I think I can answer those questions better in the next video, next tutorial, because then I will talk about the connection between joints and Lua scripts to actually move things around in the world with those scripts, like elevators, trains, automatic doors that can be activated using buttons, trapdoors, everything like that. So, thank you for listening. Tune in the next time, and I hope there was something for you.